Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Derek America. I'm the chairperson of the Standing Committee. Today is the 4th of November. This is the last leg of the annual report cycle, and it's good to have all of us here present in this venue. We haven't assembled in this manner in a very long time, so we may have forgotten some of the faces that we became accustomed to, and due to the separation of the pandemic, we didn't meet face to face that often. And it is indeed therefore a pleasure to see the faces of the enormous work that the department puts into its daily activities in achieving the outcomes and that we have witnessed in the report. So on behalf of the Standing Committee, welcome Minister to today's proceedings. HUD, welcome, and all your management and senior staff that's present here. And from my side, I'm very sure that we will have a very fruitful engagement as far as the annual report is concerned. So I'm going to allow the members to introduce themselves, and then I will also allow the department to introduce themselves so that we could get to know who's present with us in the chamber. And then I will then outline the process that we will follow thereafter. I'm handing over to the members. Good morning.
Morning, Chairperson. Morning to the MEC and the officials. It's Cameron Dugmore. As you know, Chair, I'm actually standing in for Member Smith, who is on step aside from our organisation side. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everybody. My name is Kayla Murray, and I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chair. My name is Matludi Maseko, and I'm the member in the Standing Committee.
Morning, Chair. Morning, MEC. Good morning, everyone present. My name is Pat Maran. I'm an alternate member of this committee. Thanks.
Mr. Paulson, could you move over to the right side?
I'm Anton Bedell, MEC responsible for local government.
Good morning, Honourable Chair. It's Graham Paulson, Head of Department. Thanks.
Good morning, everybody. Pedro Solomon, Acting CFO.
Good morning, Chairperson, and to the Minister and the Department. Makamba Boja. I'm the member of the committee. And Chairperson, I also need to inform you that I will break for 30 minutes. I have a conduct meeting to attend. Then I'll join the meeting later on. Thank you.
Welcome, member. No problems. Thank you.
Good morning, honourable members. I'm Albert Rengo, Policy and Strategy.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. Colin Dana, Disaster Management and Fire Rescue Services.
Good morning, honourable Chair and members. Eda Barnard.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. Kamal Makan, Director Municipal Governance.
Good morning, Chair, honourable members. I'm Skull Carstens, Disaster Risk Reduction.
Morning, Chairperson, honourable members. Ivan Meyer, Department Local Government, IDP.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. I am Simpiwe Seti from IDP.
Good morning, Kirk Adams, Corporate Relations.
Good morning, Alicia Bell is Policy and Strategic Support.
Good morning, Chair and honourable members. Rowena Kelly van Wyk, Communications.
Good morning. My name is Pindile Sabelar Koto from the Disaster Operations. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair and members. Nabil Rylans, Municipal Performance Monitoring.
Good morning, Chair and members. Sandra Greiling, Municipal Support and Capacity Building.
Morning, Chair and honourable members. Gary Birch, Specialised Support.
Good morning, Chair. Maurice Brandt, Municipal Infrastructure.
Good morning, everyone. Heinrich Macherman, Community Development Worker Program.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Craig Mitchell, Director at Public Participation.
Morning, Chair and honorable members. Rian van Vieren, IDP Directorate.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Abigail Robinson, Service Delivery Integration, Tusong Program.
Good morning, Chair and honorable members. Nozuko Zamtlaka, Integrated Service Delivery.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ntombenje Mbatlanyana, and I am from Service Delivery Integration Tusong Program.
Good morning. I'm Mariki Kotze, and I'm from the Auditor General.
Good morning, members. I'm Sivuile Mazanza. I come from PMG.
Excuse me, where are you from?
PMG, the Parliamentary Monitoring Group.
Thank you. On my left-hand side, thank you. On my left-hand side, we have
Johan Kutsia, Procedural Officer for the Standing Committee on Local Government.
and the movement behind me is Sima Pelis. He is our committee assistant. So now that we know who's here and from the introductions, Mr. Paulson, you brought a high-powered team along with you that will be able to answer all the questions that the members may have. So, colleagues, and what we will do, the process that we'll follow, and before that, Johanna, are there any apologies?
Chairperson, no apologies.
Okay, thank you. The process that we'll follow, I'm going to give the Minister an opportunity to make opening remarks, and thereafter the HOD, and then we will then table the various sections of the report. We will deal with each section separately, and then once we're done with it, and we will be done with the first part of the engagement. The second part will take place this afternoon with the AG's office, and more of that later. So, without further ado, Minister, I hand over to you to make opening remarks.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson, and thank you to the honourable members of the Standing Committee. Honourable Chair, the 2021 local government elections led to the election of new councillors, followed by municipalities holding their inaugural meetings with the election of political office bearers. These meetings were not without their challenges, as a number of our municipalities did not, or the political parties did not receive an outright majority. This resulted into an increase in the number of coalitions within our governance, and you all know the problems that comes with that. In light of our constitutional mandate of the provincial government to support and to strengthen the capacity of municipalities, my department provided extensive guidance and support during this period of inaugural meetings. Then we had to deal with COVID-19, the sustainability, financial sustainability of municipalities, as well as the operational sustainability of our municipalities is very important for all of us. The sphere of government closest to the people, and we've worked very closely with our municipalities, and I'm very proud of the accomplishments of this team. Then on our Tucson program was instrumental to piloting various initiatives to enhance positive economic impact in our communities. Our Tucson satellites reach more or less the 1.3 million people, Honourable Chairperson, and a government that is in contact with and connected to its people is in the best position to understand the needs of the community. So we're very proud of this program. It was 1.3 million people that access government and had the opportunity to talk to government. Then, Chairperson, our ward committees, we managed to establish 100% of our ward committees Know Your Ward Committee campaign. It's a very important campaign, ensuring that municipalities develop ward committee operational plans to further strengthen the function of these ward committees. So it's very much the focus to always look how we can better the functioning of our ward committees, and again, the team working very close with our municipalities. Then there was things like climate change, you all know about that. Struggling to get ahead of the curve. Disaster management also play a huge role within that. There was floods in George, those areas that we need to deal with. Garden route especially hit hard. But also, just last week received the news that our applications to national government, something like 289 million rand was allocated to disaster relief in the previous year, and also to Jackie and her team putting in those applications with the business plans. She's done a great job. Then the floods in KZN and the ability to assist, the ability to be able to go there and to help KZN was for us, I think it was an honor to be in that position, but I think it was also the right thing to do. And obviously working very closely with our national colleagues, I think, and the private sector and the volunteers, everybody joining in, it just speaks to the spirit of South Africa. And we're very thankful that we do have the capabilities that we can offer assistance to other provinces. With those few words, I will hand over to my HOD. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Mr. Paul, sir.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Perhaps just to connect with the Minister. So I think one thing that stands out perhaps in the period under review is the local government elections. It obviously begins with establishment notices, where the Minister then advised on the number of councillors, but preparing for elections and ensuring that it is a smooth transition from the old to the new, the various support initiatives that have been undertaken. Obviously, the establishment of the subsequent ward committees, two of the municipalities being the first in the country to establish, and then subsequent to that, the councillor training that has been provided to councillors. And soon after local government elections, we find that the contracts of MMs come to an end, senior managers being, jobs being advertised and so on. So, I mean, it's a year to a year and a half to 2 years after local government, there is still lots of work to be done. I think the support has been great. We're working via the JDMA and ensure that there's capacity building initiatives to municipalities, and working towards a single support plan per municipality in the province. Minister has mentioned about the TUSOMs, as well as the CDW program and the work that we've done in terms of disaster management and fires. I think Colin can speak to it later, but this time around we've concluded our own contract in terms of our firefighting capacity. And obviously there was a number of declared disasters and classifications relating to the summer season, as well as to some of the floods that we had in George. Honourable Chairperson, based on that, I think the department performed well to keep local government in the province reasonably stable. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Paul, sir. So what's a common thread in the Minister's and Mr. Paul's opening remarks is disasters in the province, and it's only fitting, given how prone we are for disasters, that I will hand over to Mr. Colin Diner, that will just make a brief opening remark with regard to disaster management. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, so obviously we have our summer fire season. What we normally do is we work off the national working on fire contract. So we were informed last year that the contract was going to expire on the 6th of January. With our planning for operations, which starts on the 1st of December, our wildfire season, we normally bring some aircraft earlier just because of the harvest season on the West Coast. We decided to go, and because of the uncertainty of when the contract would be awarded, we then got permission and put out our own contract. So we were able to contract resources with using our own funds. And for that, we basically worked with service providers. We placed aircraft, and I think we had a fairly successful fire season. I think we basically had one large incident, actually two large incidents. The one happened in the Overstrand area, and then the second incident took place actually just after the end of the fire season in Somerset West, where we lost 6 houses. But generally, we felt that the season had been quite successful. Soon after that, there was the flooding in KwaZulu-Natal, where Minister Bradell offered assistance to the KwaZulu-Natal government. They accepted the assistance. We responded there. The Western Cape team with all our partners was the largest team that was there. I think we were around 85 responders, as well as people that were working in the disaster center itself. In that period, there was a number of bodies around in the region of about 65, I think, bodies that were recovered by the team and the people that were working with them. And then we also, from the previous floods, we received funding to the extent of approximately 290 billion rand, which the minister alluded to as well. And that will go to the Cape Winelands, to the Overberg, and to the Garden Route municipality. Just at the moment, we are obviously in the final stages of planning, and in fact, we've completed our planning. We are now just awaiting the resources arrival on the 1st of December for this fire season. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Diner. Colleagues, we have heard the opening remarks of the Minister and the HOD, and also of Mr. Diner regarding disaster management in the Western Cape. So I'm going to put to you part A of the annual report. Now, part A starts on page, okay, let's see, this page 10, and it ends on page 23. Yeah, 23. So, so your questions, can I ask you to restrict it to that part? It based largely focus on the remarks of the Minister and the information contained in here from the HOD. I'd like to, just appeal to you not to venture out of this section because you will get an opportunity to ask questions in those sections that are dealt with, because I think with the HOD's section, there are elements of financial matters. I will use my discretion as to whether I will allow questions that may be repeated later on, but I'm not going to restrict you in terms of expressing yourself. So in this order, I recognize Honorable Bethlodi Seku, and then Honorable Dagmo, Honorable Murray, and Honorable Maran, in that order.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson, and also to HOD and Minister. I just want to find out, I mean, the strategic overview talks to, or the values on the strategic overviews, on the values, you talk about the innovation, and the last financial year you talked about the in collaboration with the Hans Seidel Foundation, of which it was helping for the design of financial and operational sustainability model for municipalities. One of the challenges that are there in the municipalities is revenue generation, of which this was going to assist the municipalities in also using that model. I want to find out if did you pilot this after the research, and which are those municipalities, or is what was introduced to all the municipalities? And maybe if we can get from the HOD, how is the reaction to the municipalities? Did it add value or it's one of those researches that you're still implementing and it will take some years? And if that's the case, how many years will that be rolled out for you to see value for that research in the municipalities, seeing that after COVID-19, most of the municipalities that are struggling with the unemployment within their communities? The other one, it will be on page 14 under the goods and services. The first bullet talks about the underspending that relates to the Tuseng outreach program. I want to find out when coming to that, what are the CDW's responsibilities? Because my understanding is that the CDWs are the champions when coming to working in the Tuseng centers, that it sort of maybe will help me to have an understanding. If you have an understanding there, what were the reasons for that? And the other one, it will be on page 23. There is a vacant position for the director in the integrated development planning. Listening to or having the knowledge of that, you are championing now, you're trying to champion the inclusionary housing policy. And I tend to believe that is a position that the director will lead into that. How is it that going to roll out? Are you going to fill in that, and then who's championing it if you don't have that official to lead that in the integrated development planning? Because some of the issues that as a standing committee, we feel that it has to be championed for that inclusionary housing involving the partners, the private partners, as we talked about it, that they can assist in that. Chair, I'm going to stop on the third question. I'll take another one.
Thank you, Honorable Seku. Honorable Dagbo.
Chair, thanks very much. I think, we have a department which has got one of the smallest budgets, but I would argue quite a critical role to play generally in terms of supporting the local sphere of government. And I mean, clearly it can have a major impact on, building intergovernmental relations, etc., in terms of the important work that the department does. And the MEC refers to the challenges that emerged after the 2021 elections, particularly in regard to coalitions. So one of the questions I wanted to ask the MEC, in terms of his and the department's experience of managing coalitions, there's a debate around whether one doesn't actually need to, in some way, regulate the formation and how commissions are set up. I think Salga's done some work on this. I know that some of the members of parliament nationally have gone to, I think it's Denmark, to look at how they manage, although there it seems to be fairly informal. But so I just wanted to ask one question in regard to whether the MEC and the department have any thoughts or views about whether the issue of the establishment and operation of coalitions should be regulated. That's the one thing. And then linked to that, and I think it's also a consequence of, in many cases, the issue of coalition management, is that you would have, coalitions changing from time to time. And I think one of the difficulties has been that, this results in a flurry of appointments of acting municipal managers, and often delays in actually finalizing appointments. In that regard, I would just like to, and this is a principled, sort of a broad question, if the MEC could give us his view and the department's view on the interpretation of regulations which govern the appointment of senior managers, where those senior managers have been found guilty and dismissed at other municipalities. Because my understanding of why these regulations have been strengthened, you might have someone in a particular province who's, faced an internal council disciplinary hearing, found guilty, then applies in another province or even in the same province and gets appointed. So does the minister have an approach to monitoring the appointment of, and I'm not just talking about acting municipal managers, to check whether in fact they do not come from municipalities where they had been found guilty of transgressions in regard to local government? I'm not talking about criminal matters. I'm focusing on that. And then I'm just on the MEC's forward, the model, it was referred to, and remember, Matlodi, also about the Hans Seidel Foundation. And it says there that the intent was to design a financial and operation sustainability model. So was that intent met out of this process? Is there actually a document or a proposed model? And I think often when we talk about sustainability of municipalities, we always have to balance, the revenue stream, plus the ability of people to pay, and sometimes the inability and sometimes you have the unwillingness of people to pay. Now, in that regard, I think the MEC plus the HOD are aware that repeatedly, and Mr. Moran knows more about this, we've asked at a policy level whether the department has a view, and this will obviously impact on sustainability, but whether the department has a view, whether it's lawful to collect arrears on a rates or a water bill by, deducting money from citizens who pay for electricity. The classic issue that you might be behind in your water bill and then you purchase 100 Rand worth of electricity and you only get 10 Rand because the 90 Rand or whatever it is used to settle part of the other account. Now, sustainability is both the revenue and the issues of poverty that we're dealing with in a post-COVID period. So those were just, and then in regard to disaster, I'm not sure whether disaster management, whether the MEC or the official who responded to that issue could say, does the department, I was just in the Mossel Bay area this week and 5 shacks burnt down in the Grootbrak areas, which is part of Mossel Bay. Does the department have a standard policy in regard to what is the responsibility of the municipality in regard to a fire that, say, destroys an informal settlement? The issue of starter packs, what kind of support does the department have a suggested standard policy, and to what extent is there uniformity across municipalities as to how they respond to that situation? So Chair, I'm sorry, we are going to cooperate with you. You've told us, the MEC also informally reminded us that it's Friday today, and we know that. But so from my point of view, I've only asked questions up to page 11, but I know we're busy with part A, but I think we will pick up momentum as we go along. Thanks.
For sure. Thank you, Honourable Dagmore. Honourable Murray.
Thank you, Chair. My first questions relate to page 14 on compensation of employees. I wanted to understand what impact, if any, has there been on service delivery? I see that a lot of posts were frozen, and I imagine a lot of posts will be unfrozen. So I also wanted to understand if COE will impact on the ability of the department to deliver services in future, possibly due to an increase in the COE. Then I also noted page 14 under goods and services that there was an underspending as a result of procurement of information technology equipment, particularly the microchips. I wanted to understand what steps have been taken to address this since. And when you're talking about microchips for IT equipment, what does that mean practically? Then I also wanted to ask, apologies, so with regards to infrastructure, I noted on pages, sorry, I think it's page 26. You talk about the MOU between the department and the Danish government for financial support on the Overberg expanded rail network and also the Berg River wastewater treatment. So that's also page 28. If the department can just provide some examples of the successes for the strategy. And then just further on that, can the department provide any information on specific challenges apart from insufficient funding that municipalities experience in planning and delivering infrastructure? Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Murray. Honorable Moran, you next.
Yeah. I got 3 questions. I think it's 2 for the MEC and 1 for the HOD. On page 10, MEC, local government elections, the first paragraph on top, and you raise the issue of the local government elections and the difficulties to establish municipalities because of there's a number of those municipalities that have not won outright. Some parts have not won in the coalitions. Like in Matsikama, where there was no outright winner. And to have a coalition, that municipality established 2 more MACO seats for a coalition partner against the law. And I know, MEC, that, and I think you have intervened, but we like to understand whether those monies that has been paid for the 2 councillors, the extra 2 MACO seats outside of legislation, whether they have paid back those monies, or whether the council or the councillors who have taken that decision, whether they were responsible for paying back those monies, and whether those monies have been paid back, and what is the amount that's been paid back. That's the one. Then the same on page 10, and you raise the issue of the Western Cape being the first province to have established 100% of ward committees. And we have done some research, and the Northern Cape more or less may. Now, on page 84, my apologies, there was an underspending. And the underspending was due to only 3 or 5 ward committees that has been established at that time. And the reason cited was that the reason for the underspending was because they will not be able to establish ward committees at the end of that financial year. Can you tell us, MEC, if you say 100%, because we are discussing the 21-22 financial year, when have we reached that 100% of the establishment of ward committees? Because obviously, HOD, you're saying in that, on page 34, that it will not be possible to establish 100% ward committees by the end of the financial year under discussion. Then, my last question, HOD, it's on page 13. And if you, for instance, look at the departmental expenditure, and if you compare your 2020 and your 2021 versus 2021, 2022, and your expenditure, and one of the reasons that you cited why there was an underspending was because of IT equipment and other machinery due to COVID, non-availability. But COVID was at its worst in your 2021 financial year. And there your underspending was lesser than the year currently under discussion, even if you look at percentage-wise, we may argue that the amount was lesser, the appropriate amount was lesser than the one that's currently under discussion. But even if you look percentage-wise, you will see we have performed worse this year under discussion than the previous financial year. And really, we want to understand why is it the case and what will you do to make sure that we better the situation. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Moran. Online, we have Honorable Makamba Boicha. Are you there? She submitted questions to the procedural officer. We will then read out those questions submitted by Ms. Makamba Boicha.
It's a question on part A. In the Minister's Forward, page 10, it's mentioned that the constitutional mandate of the provincial government is to support and strengthen the capacity of municipalities. Flowing from this department now is the one task with the oversight over municipalities. So would I be correct, that's now my member on board here, if I say that there is a lack of capacity in some municipalities in the province, that would mean the support from his department and provincial government is lacking, and therefore they have not fully executed their constitutional mandate. Would that be a fair proposition? Please explain how ward committees are going to function. How would they serve in them, and what is their mandate? On page 12, regarding the Tusong satellite centers, are they still only established Duiselsdorp, Bexrivier, Citrusdal, Kranshoek, or have they since expanded to other areas? Then on page 14, regarding the issue of budget underspending, when an underspending in IT equipment is as a result of worldwide shortages with regards to computer chip, so even if the amount for that is rolled over to the following financial year, if this issue of computer chip is not resolved, it then means every financial year we're going to have the same problem of underspending and lack of equipment, or other means will be made, because I'm sure there is available computers in the market. They might not be the same brand the department might require, but the functionality might be the same. Also, with the issue of underspending on municipalities in relation to unallocated earmarked funds for municipal interventions, why are those unspent funds used for municipalities that will struggle to provide emergency housing for their residents? Then the last question, on the organizational structure, is there a reason why the position of director integrated?
Just on a point of order. Unallocated amounts, according to my book, is in page 76. So we are at A.
Yeah, that's correct, yes. No, yeah, so.
Are you referring to the previous question that was on page 14 regarding the budget underspending? There was mention made about that, but I'm on the last question, Chair.
Okay, just let me just intervene here. The department can decide whether they want to respond to that question or not. Thank you. Just proceed, Jan.
On the organizational structure, is there a reason why the position of Director Integrated Development Planning was vacant? Also, does the position still vacant to this day? Those are the questions, sir.
Thank you, Jan. So, colleagues, procedurally, it is not correct that the procedural officer would ask questions on behalf of a member who is not in the House. But Ms. Makamba Boicha was in the House at the time when she sent the questions. So I'm a bit generous by allowing the questions to be asked, but it will not, if she submits further questions, it may not be sort of read out by the procedural officer other than a member of our own party who is present in the House. So, but I would also want to add that the department can decide whether they wish to respond to the questions posed by Johan, because in a way it is brilliantly. But before the department and the minister respond, I'd like to express our deep regret that our departmental officials, ministers and members is subjected to a very uncomfortable climatic surroundings that you find themselves in. It's been like this now for the past 3 weeks. It is either icy cold or very warm, and for some reason, Mr. Diner, we haven't had a disaster yet, but I don't know, the minister says it might be climate change, but you know, they're working on it. Thank you. Minister, over to you.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Thank you to the honourable members of the committee. The team will pick up. I'm going to try and answer some of the questions, posed, especially the questions by Honourable Dagmore. I think it's a huge debate currently. Yes, the budget of the department is always a problem. But we must also understand, and you as standing committees, you see the other budgets. So we also compete with the emotions of health and education but it puts a lot of pressure on our department, and what I'm worried about is also the pressure on the people in the department. Because at the end of the day, we're all passionate, we all want to make it work, and therefore they work very long hours. So it's not always right to them. So we will keep on pushing and trying to get our rightful share of the budget. On coalitions, yeah. First of all, I think it's a personal opinion. I don't think we've got actually coalitions. I think we've got more king-making politics. That's the play out. That causes that council switch quite often. That's never good for the residents. With each shift within power, there's instability. We know that if you want one of the conditions of a well-run municipality is to get it stable. So yes, personally, I think we must, and I know we're doing work with SALGA. The HOD can explain that, work on SALGA to see how you can regulate it. And obviously, when coalitions change, then the appointments within, and some of your smaller parties don't understand the legal requirements to fill those positions, so they will just fill it without advertising, without going through the right procedures. So we must then write to them. If they don't act, we must first of all threaten them, and then we will take them to court. It's important that we do get it right. The appointment of senior managers when there's disciplinaries, and there's the one thing that I always ask for, and I think the biggest risk in that, I agree 100% what the law wants to accomplish is, but the biggest risk is that as soon as there's charges against a senior official, they will play it up till the last week before the outcome of the year, and then they will resign. And then they move on to another. Now, we can only implement the law. He hasn't been found guilty, so that part of the law can kick in. I think that's something that we're busy looking at, discussing with our national colleagues to rectify. But we try to keep a close eye on it. Normally, people will write to us and tell us about people in other provinces that was fired, and we will then investigate and work with the other municipalities to get the right information. We must also understand this happens within a legal framework, and the rule of law is very important to see to that we adhere to that. On the Heinz Selder Foundation and the revenue and the abilities of municipalities and people that pay, we've got a legal opinion on that, first of all, but Honourable Dagmore, I still believe that our councillors don't do enough to understand and to get grips of the credit control policy and the equitable share policy. It's two crucial policies in the municipal space. the equitable share policy is there to help to see to it that every citizen can have a dignified life. So those who can't pay must get their 6 kiloliters of water, must get electricity, must get the sanitation, etc., etc. But the credit control policy is a harder policy. That's the policy. If you can pay, you must pay. Otherwise, all our councils will collapse. And it's the balance between those two that I think we don't always get right. So we work very closely and look at different systems, how we can see to it, because financial sustainability is core to the success of municipalities. Just yesterday, the president said that municipalities cannot owe Eskom 50 billion. It just cannot happen. But for them to pay Eskom, obviously, they must also generate their income. That's part of a revenue enhancement program also that the department pushed very hard for in certain of our municipalities. And I think there's a couple of successes within that. On the Matsikama one, I'm going to ask Kamal to come in there. He will work most closely to that. All that I want to say is that our department, we are the custodians to see to it that the law gets implemented in municipalities. We will never advise them outside the framework of the law. We cannot. So we will see to it and we will press very hard. And if they don't want to hear, we will take them to court and we will make them pay. And I was always a firm believer that if you willingly transgress the law, then you in person must pay. So that we will, but maybe Kamal's got more on-hand information on that. And yeah, on the ward committees, I think Craig can come in there. He's got the information actually.
Thanks, Minister. Perhaps just to add one or two. We had just yesterday further discussions with Salga on the coalition governments, particularly in the entire country. So there is a view that it must be regulated by means of a framework. The framework is going to be challenging, in my view, to the extent that it's not enforceable. I am of the view, and I think some others are of the view, that if you want to make it work, you must draft legislation that is actually enforceable. The framework can maybe be guidance and stuff like that, but it's not necessarily enforceable. So we are working in the Western Cape with Salga to see there is a PSC, I think the 17th and the 18th of Salga, where they've asked us to make certain presentations around the understanding and experiences and perhaps some of the proposals as solutions as to how do we take coalition government forward. Minister has echoed some of the challenges around the coalitions, and I think the honourable member has also raised some of the challenges around it. See, when there's changing of governments, particularly in relation to coalitions, there's also changing of senior staff members within municipalities and so on, and that actually impacts on just on the functionality of municipalities. But I think, Honourable Chairperson, we can also keep the committee up to speed with developments around that. I think just in terms of the work that we've done in terms of revenue generation, we have collaborated as a department with Hans Seidel as well as the University of Stellenbosch. We were concerned at the time around the financial sustainability of municipalities. Some municipalities, given the fact that people lost their jobs, they lost their incomes, they were on short time and so on, said, listen, you know, we can defer the debt, or otherwise we can reduce the amount of debt. So many municipalities sort of implemented many initiatives to ensure that citizens are still paying and clients are still paying. We were concerned from a provincial side the impact of COVID-19 on the financial sustainability. We can also make the research, the findings of the research available at another time, Honourable Chair. So just on a high level, what has been established, and we've piloted in certain municipalities, high capacity municipalities, medium and low. So what we found is that the higher capacity municipalities were more buoyant to the shocks of the economy and the ability of customers to pay. They could actually carry the effects of it. but your smaller municipalities were less buoyant, and they were struggling with some of the debt that was due to them. We have subsequently taken a decision that between ourselves, SALGA, the Provincial Treasury, and on the national level, that we must work together on a revised financial model for municipalities. And so the SALGA together with us will take the lead on the work. Obviously know that municipalities on average raise 95% of their own revenue, get 5% of national and provincial transfers. But as the Minister has indicated, that fundamentally causes certain challenges with some of the municipalities. So that's work that we're taking further in looking at the financial sustainability. But we've made various requests already that we must look at the model for municipalities in terms of the finances. The underspending, I'll ask just the acting CFO to respond to it. But if you look at the underspending, it did not impact on the service delivery within the department. As far as the IDP director post is concerned, the honourable member spoke about inclusionary housing. So we had officials in the department acting in that position. Although the inclusionary housing policies with the Department of Human Settlements, we deal with it in terms of planning. Nazuko can also add that is actually included in what we call the IDP endowments, where we do the joint planning and so on, where other departments come on board and we engage with municipalities and say, this is our strategy going forward with the housing policy. The Minister has indicated, Honourable Chairperson, that in terms of the reductions of outstanding debt, we have obtained a legal opinion around it, and the legal opinion has indicated that it's permissible, that the municipalities can actually deduct arrear amounts from that. So we can also make to a certain extent the legal opinion available if that request comes through. Okay, disaster management. I mean, the acting CFO can talk about just the IT microchips and so on. We've got that in the interim. It was placed in order, and there's IT refresh, and the goods had to come from overseas, but we have received it, and you can just maybe elaborate on it. On the infrastructure, I'm going to ask maybe Marius to respond to it. Minister has indicated Craig just to respond on the ward committees. And come on the elections, departmental expenditure, we can talk about it. Just want to check the municipalities. So the support and capacity, there's a whole range of, we can provide detail around the support and capacity. It's a constitutional mandate of the department. So while we do assessments on a regular basis to determine what the state of the municipality is, and on basis of that do some kind of support and capacity building initiatives, it's also on demand. And I mean, I'm of the opinion that there is not a lack of support to municipalities in the province. I mean, we were asked just on Monday to go again to the minister and ourselves to go to a municipality to deal with, just identify how do we support a municipality. I think we're quite active in that regard. And then the organizational structure, that the last question from the honourable member, that post has been vacant. It's as a result of the passing of one of the directors, Walton Carlson. He passed on last year. The post became vacant. We have advertised it. We've gone through a recruitment and selection process. We were unsuccessful. We've gone through a process of headhunting. We were unsuccessful, and the post has been re-advertised now once again. So that's the post. And just the 3.41 million of municipality support. That's my last comment. That's money that we got from the National Treasury via the Provincial Treasury, and that was support of municipalities. And the initial understanding was that it should be for interventions, and at the time the only municipality was Canaland. We then approached the National Treasury and the Provincial Treasury and say, How can we use that money? And in terms of the context of it, they said it could be used to strengthen also the capacity of the department as such to help and the municipalities, but also with other sort of initiatives. So it wasn't just limited to interventions. And so although that money has been surrendered, the arrangement is that we will get it back in 23-24 financial year from the provincial treasury. Thank you. Ms. Zuko.
Honorable Chair, honorable members, to connect with the HOD on the vacancy in IDP, where we're at now, I'm currently caretaking for that particular unit. There isn't an impact, Honorable Chair, because there's still a team, the full team is still there, so we are able to still perform the function. But I'm taking care of that team. In respect to what the HOD has indicated, in terms of the human settlement component, in the drafting of the IDP, one of the sector plans is obviously the spatial development framework, but also the human settlement plan. And so the issues in relation to human settlements are covered as part of the sector plan, which is integrated in the IDP as part of Section 26 of the Systems Act. So when we deal with the assessment of IDPs, we're able to pick up on the programs and projects that the municipality and as well as the other sector departments are implementing in the municipal space. So there is not necessarily an impact at this stage because there is a team that's doing that work. On the two-song program, I'll cover the one on the reason for the two-song underspend. We have achieved our indicator. In fact, we've overachieved our indicator. What happened in the 2021 period? On the one side, our two-song centers, the honorable members will remember that there was a time when, in the beginning of the COVID-19, we had to close the two-song centers. But then once we got to level 4, we opened the two-song centers. We only activated the outreaches when we were in level 3. So in this particular period, we had 3 cancellations of two-song outreaches. Because at that stage, we went back to level 4. And because of the risk, we could not then roll out those particular outreaches. At the same time, our halls, because we're utilizing where we're doing outreaches, we do them in halls because we don't want to hire marquees. So most of our halls at that stage, especially the one that was cancelled in Swellendam, it was utilized for a vaccination drive at that stage. So there were 3 outreaches that were cancelled. It was one in Prince Albert, one in Overstrand, and then the other one in Swellendam. But we've since covered those areas because they were cancelled then, but we subsequently, as part of this financial year, gone back to those areas in our schedule. The second one around the roles of the CDWs. The CDWs, so on the two-song program, we've got the two-song service centers as well as the two-song outreaches. And those, and on the department side, the provincial two-song outreaches are coordinated by ourselves, but we also work with the municipality. Where the CDWs of the department assist us is to, during the mobilization, in terms of ensuring that the outreaches take place, especially to reach out to people so that they can come to the outreach on the day in question. So we then, we supplement between the two-song, between our own team doing mobilization and then the CDWs assisting us, GCIS also coming through to also assist us in terms of loud hailing, as well as placing the messaging on the local radio stations, as well as the various areas to target the loud hailing. So it's much more on the mobilization to assist us. And then on the day in question, the CDWs also then assist us just to make sure that people do come in the outreach, but also to manage the process around the outreach itself. And then the last question in relation to the satellite, which is the question that was posed by a member, that particular one, we, in the Western Cape, the two-song program, honorable members will remember that we've indicated previously that on the one side, we have fully fledged two-song service centers where the key 4 anchor departments, being SASSA, Home Affairs, Social Development and Labour, are generally in the site or with That's under the same roof. So that's the fully fledged centers. In the Western Cape, we've got 22 of those centers. Then we've got satellite centers. Currently, we've got approximately 10 satellite centers. And those satellite centers, it's more where there is a permanent structure, but we have scheduled services where those key departments come in to service in terms of scheduled services. Now, what we have done as part of trying to increase access to services, we're now trying to identify existing buildings, working with the municipalities as well as private partners, to see to what extent can we take an existing building, because we can't necessarily, because of funding constraints, we're not able to build new centers. So we're using an existing building and see to what extent are we able to refurbish it so that the key departments in that area where there isn't a fully fledged Tusong center, or that particular, or those departments are not, there is no presence of those departments. So we then try to make sure that they can come in on a scheduled services. So in this particular case, we already have 10 centers, satellite centers. We've now introduced 4 centers in the financial year that we're reporting now. We have a program over the next 3 years to see in those areas where we know that people are still not able to access. Then we're trying to see to what extent can we then increase access, and we're bringing in new centers. So we're also dealing with our budget to see to what extent whether we can introduce at least 3 to 4 sites pending the budget availability. The one on the ward committees. So in this annual report, in this reporting time, 2 ward committees were established, were the first to be established, and that's what we've indicated. And then the rest of the ward committees were established in line with the time frame that was provided by the Act. But Craig can actually provide the actual schedule in terms of the establishment. But yeah, so I'll hand over to Craig through you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Noziko. Thank you, Chair. To answer the honourable member's question, I think it's important to note that previously, legislation was silent on the timeframes for establishing ward committees. And last year, there was an amendment to the section on ward committees in the Structures Act. And that amendment now requires municipalities to establish their ward committees 120 days after the local government elections. Now, there were different interpretations in terms of how to calculate that 120 days. But the final interpretation which we received from our national department is that 120 days, it's calculated from the date that the IEC announced the outcomes of the elections, the decision, right? So we only had 5 municipalities that were able to establish their ward committees between November and January. And those 5 municipalities we supported with the Know Your Ward Committee campaign because we had sufficient time, considering that our support entailed the design, the layout, the printing of the pamphlets and the posters that they require with the photos of their ward committee members and councillors. The remaining municipalities all established their ward committees between February and April. The last municipality that established their ward committees was Oudtshoorn, who established their ward committees in May. But we have supported all the municipalities with the Know Your Ward Committee campaigns. Like I indicated, the 5 that we supported gave us sufficient time, bearing in mind that our financial year ends in March, but the last payment must be processed by the 15th of March. For that reason, we waited for our new financial year to cover the remaining municipalities. So I don't know if that answers your question. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Chair, so the response to shacks that have burnt down is covered by the National Department of Human Settlements Emergency Housing Grant. What happens is, if we do have an incident where a number of shacks have burnt down, the affected municipality can either apply directly to the national department or they go through the provincial department. We assist with the application process and all those activities that need to happen for that payment to take place and then for that support to happen. Thank you.
Talk about Kamal, just the Matsikama, and then obviously Marius, the infrastructure stuff. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Just further to what the MEC has indicated regarding Matsakama, it was relating to councillors that were appointed as full-time. We picked that up and we've written correspondence to the municipality, indicating to them outright that it's an irregular expenditure. They weren't permissible to do that as well. We don't have details of the amounts, but we can obviously determine whether it was also recollected from those councillors respectively as well.
Okay. Chair, the question on infrastructure, first the one was related to the Danish. The two governments, Western Cape government and Danish government, signed an MOU in terms of which several programs will be run out. Program 1 is at the moment looking at all the wastewater treatment plants, 17 of them along the Berg River, and understandably, since the Berg River is the very important water source shared by all the municipalities from City of Cape Town right through to Berg River and Saldanha municipality. So this water must be kept absolutely clean, and therefore, but they've concluded an assessment where they've looked at how we can optimize the functioning of these wastewater treatment plants to ensure that we can have clean water that is discharged into the Berg River. In terms of challenges with infrastructure, yes, it's true. Planning is always the answer. If you can have proper planning in place, you can always respond proactively. And in this regard, we assist with master planning. At the moment, focusing on electricity master planning, working very closely with the Municipal Energy Resilience Program to make sure that we know whether the municipal grids are actually able to take in green energy. We also, in terms of our program to look at a 15-year water resilience program, we've got a long list of prioritized sequence projects that will assist municipalities as well as us as the provincial departments to start planning early enough so that we can ready when there is a need for new augmentation of water sources, upgrading of bulk infrastructure. And then further on, as you all know, there's a decline in fiscal flow from national government, as well as income by municipalities. And there we're looking at a whole new, very exciting innovation in financing of infrastructure. Thank you.
Just to respond on the IT matters, I'm going to cover both questions from the members in terms of why we can't use other IT goods and services in the market. We need to, as government, we need to adhere to the national CETA contract. So we need to honor that contract, and we can't go out and purchase IT goods and services from any service provider. The member asked practically what does it mean? So there's been, I think we're still feeling the impact of COVID-19. There has been a shortage of the chips. I think it relates to Lenovo. That has since been extended to the use of Dell laptops. From a mitigating factor from our side is the department has started early with the procurement of IT goods and services. Practically, you might have new officials not having laptops, but we have monitors and all-in-ones that the officials can use. But mostly the laptops relates to IT refresh, meaning that where laptops have ended their useful lives or reached the end of the useful lives, but they're still usable. We just replace those laptops with the new ones, meaning there is continuity in terms of official will be able to still work, will be able to do their work. Yeah, it doesn't hamper their performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paulser. Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, If you have follow-ups to the responses to your questions, I will give you an opportunity to ask those. No, and if you have any new questions relating to Part A, that will be allowed. Any other questions outside of the parameters of Part A will not be allowed. Honourable Dagbo, Honourable Maseko, in that order.
You,
Honourable
Chair.
Moran.
Thank you, Chair, and also thanks for the responses so far. I must say, Chair, that when one looks at page 13 on Departmental Expenditure Program 4, I must express my disappointment, because you would notice that not only was nothing spent on this program, but this is also the only reference to the issue, and there's absolutely no information. Now, the Premier announced a while back, all of us know that there is no House of Traditional Leaders in the Western Cape. We are the only province that doesn't have a House of Traditional Leaders, and that at that stage did not actually require, you know, the national legislation to initiate that. That was a choice that the province made. But we all know there's been a national law passed, the Traditional Leaders and Traditional and Khoisan Leadership Act, which actually makes it very clear around the issue of the House of Provincial Leaders. And the Premier said that this department was going to take responsibility. And we previously heard that there was going to be seed funding to, you know, get a research process going, presumably to have some consultation. So the fact that, number one, nothing was spent, and in this annual report there's absolute silence about what's actually happened. And I think we know it's not going to be an easy issue, but I think what's absolutely critical is for us to have our traditional and Khoi and San leaders represented in a provincial house. We saw the significance the other day when the president was there at the coronation of the Zulu king, and how important traditional leadership. And I think because of the history, actually the decimation of Khoi and San communities in our province, it's really important that we get to a point to establish this. So I would just like to ask, what is actually happening here? Why was no money spent? But more importantly, why does this annual report actually say nothing about this issue?
Honourable Maseko.
Quick one, Chair. I just want to find out in the response for the Chuzong centers, I think it is one of the services that is citizen-centric within those different communities. But now the short change to the good work that department is doing is the services inside, like from your SASSA and your other services, your labor. You'll find, and you know that you'll find that the communities, the CDWs, they'll tell communities that a service is going to be given on a specific day, but come that day, the department is not there. So I'm trying to find out that how do you go about, because for instance, if you are in Citrusdal, you have a person that will come about 50 kilometers away from the Tusong Center, trying to come, paying 50 Rand to come and get the service in the Tusong Center, only to find that the department is not there on that specific day, and they have to go back. Now, how do you create that workable relationship with the national department that are giving the services? Because at the end, the citizens usually, they don't know that there is a local, provincial and national. They believe that I'm being shortchanged by local government or by province when coming to services like that. Now, what approach do you take? Because it's one thing that we've been complaining about throughout the different financial years about that system in place. So what are the conversations that you are having to make sure that at least there is an improvement, even though I know that it's the very minimum if there is an improvement to that, but how do we go about to give confidence to our communities or our citizens in those services that we sell as we have our Tusong centers? Thank you, Chair.
Moran?
Thanks, Chair. Just on the issue of ward committees, and as I've said that the year under discussion ends end of March. When the MEC in his Minister's Forward said that Western Cape is the first province that have reached 100%, I thought that it was before the end of the financial year. But clearly the answer that we got was in May. And in May is even outside of the 120 days. But it's fine. The 100% was reached in May. Then, Chair, the ITC coupon and the Honorable Makamba Bocha also touched on that issue and she made some suggestions. But it's for the department to consider whether they want to. All the meetings that I have attended, all the meetings, other standing committee annual report meetings, none of them cited the issue of the scarcity of IT equipment and a reason for underspending. None of them. The meetings that I have attended. So I'm not sure, Chair, because all departments basically works with IT equipment, laptops and so on. From where they procured theirs. From where have they procured theirs? None of them raised the issue of the spending. And then lastly, Chair, the issue of Matsikama. And in terms of law, you cannot have more than 20% MACU seats of the total number of seats that you have. There you have a situation where 2 extra seats, and we have received now an answer from the HOD that was an illegal expenditure. That we are not sure whether those monies had been paid back, although the department is aware of that. I can tell you the response from those, and it's 2 councillors, and I can even tell you which parties they belong to. Said that, but it's council that took that decision. And it's council, those council who have basically voted in favor of that decision, it's them that should pay back that money. It's not their individual fault. So when MEC, will we make sure that we enforce basically the law? Because you have said yours is to make sure that you operate within the framework of the law. When will we make sure that monies that's been owed back to the municipality will be paid back, either by those 2 individuals that have benefited by receiving illegal payment, or by those councillors who have voted in favor of a decision to create 2 illegal positions for their coalition partners. Thanks.
You want to sneak in another question, Dagmar? Okay, I'm sure. Go ahead. Sure, no problem. We're getting there. Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Dagmar. Over to you, Mr. Paulson and the Minister.
Just on the Matsikama one, I will ask the Honourable Moran to also share his information with us. Currently, as I said here, my information is that they operate within the law currently. You more on what they must pay back and that's a process that we need to follow. You've got more information on that. On Honourable Dagmar, yeah, the coastal setback lines and the coastal plans, and we've put a huge effort over the last couple of years to get that in place. Access to the coast, I'm very much, it must happen. We cannot deny people access. Again, it's currently very much a debate between the district, that's first call stop, and then if not, the B municipality. But if they don't, then I must intervene. So we work with some of our districts. Maybe you must give me more information specifically on Hessequa. Currently, I know of there's a lot of work being done within my department between Overberg and Overstrand municipalities on what's happening in Overstrand to see to it that people can get access there. The basis is the same at the end of the day. We all want access to the beach, but people also take us on legally, and that process, we must just follow that process and get it right. So we work very closely with our district municipalities to enforce that and to see to it that there's access. That's a lot of planning decisions that was made in the past. Going forward, we must always pull this into our planning decisions. We cannot deny people access to coastal areas. It cannot happen. So how are we going to approve developments? And it's very important for us. And therefore, I think this piece of legislation is so important.
Thanks, Minister. Thanks, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members. So just about the Khoisan, we were required to establish a program that's a 1,000 Rand that we put there provisionally. The legislation has been launched in the Western Cape Province. The national government chose to launch it in the Western Cape government. We've created greater awareness. I'm going to ask Albert, we've taken recently a cabinet submission to cabinet on the progress of the Khoisan in the province. The Premier has allocated the function to the Minister and then to the department. So we are working very closely with Culture Affairs and Sport and with legal services. The process of application has opened towards the end of March, where Khoisan communities can officially apply for recognition. We've in the interim also in the process of appointing 3 officials to help with the research where there are applications and to advise. The arrangement is in terms of the law that the President will write to the Premier and say these are the groups that applied for recognition. And obviously, the Premier then needs to either concur or raise his concerns around it. So in the department, we're now creating the capacity to enable the implementation of the Khoisan legislation and so on. We've also not petitioned, but also made requested the provincial treasury funding so that we can now begin to fully fund the function within the department. And I'll ask Alva's got more detail around that. I want to just ask Pedro on the scarcity of the IT equipment. And then as I want to say, Sandra, are you comfortable to talk about just the training? So just in the supply chain, the training came out above the amount that we have available, and we had to go out a couple of times. Our idea initially was to actually train the councillors. We have provided booklets for post and local government elections. And we also had the idea to to give the councillors a training, what we call the MMC. So it's a minimum competency training that's provided, that's compulsory for all municipal officials in municipalities. So in the province, the majority of the staff here and in the department, as well as the provincial treasury, those not required, we've gone through that training. so that we can understand local government. But we also, given the success of that training, we also deemed it appropriate that we want to give that training to councillors. It will help with the decision making, with the help with the legislative understanding and so on. The funding that we had was too little. And on the basis of that, we are now piloting with 20 councillors. And if we go get more money, if the program is successful, we will roll it out to other councillors within the province. But Sandra can also add in addition to that. So, Albert, can I ask you? Okay. Albert?
Thank you,
solid
HOD.
question.
Okay. Thank you. HOD has just put at least some clarity around how it is implemented. But let me just indicate that the Act, when it was, when it came into effect in April, it is basically implemented in various phases. The first phase was basically that of the establishment of the committee, of the Commission on Khoisan Matters. And this committee has been established for a period of 5 years. That 5 years will be ending on 31st of August 2026. And during that period, they will actually be calling for applications for recognition, investigating those applications, and then they will do the recommendations at a later stage. That is within the 5 years, of which the minister, national minister, may find it necessary to extend that period, but that's a responsibility at a national level. Now, if I can indicate in terms of the responsibilities, because it introduces responsibilities in terms of the 3 spheres of government, which is at national level, where they have to establish the commission, which, as I've indicated, was established last year in September, 1st of September. And once the commission has then been established, the commission opens up the process, the application process for recognition, where they call people to come and apply for recognition. That process is a process that takes a period of 2 years. And it opened 30th of March 2022, and it will close on the 24th, it was 20th? Okay, it will close on the 29th of March 2024. During that period, the commission basically does the awareness campaigns and so on, which is what HOD was indicating, that they've done some awareness sessions, calling people to apply. And that process is solely the responsibility of national department. So the whole 5 years is basically the responsibility of the national department. And what happens then for provincial department? What is our responsibility? First, what we have to do during the process is to investigate possible development of policies and legislation. That means we do research. We've sort of visited most provincial departments to understand how they have been implementing basically the traditional affairs function, so that we can understand in terms of the policies, but also we also understand in terms of our gaps in the current legislation. And as it is, we are in the process, we've commenced regulatory impact assessment. That is what we're doing. And within the department, we anticipate that process to be sort of completed by December 2024. That's now beginning to understand the policies, what we have to put in place. At the same time, there's a responsibility that we establish the institutional sort of capacity for institutional support, which HOD was talking about when he indicated that we've actually advertised currently. It closed on the 24th of October, where we've advertised for people around policy development and research and so on. So there is activity that is happening within that function. But as I can say, at the moment is basically to fully understand what are the gaps in the legislation, so that we are able to, and we are ready at the time when everything is being implemented. And we're beginning to learn from other provinces as well at the same time. We are part of they call it TEDCOF, which is traditional affairs, which is at national. It's a forum at national where we begin to share all the experiences and we learn from them as well.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm going to ask Ida perhaps to respond on the training, but just in relation to the two councillors of Matsikama. So the municipal manager Gerald Sass has now confirmed that they've institutionalized deductions on the payroll of those two affected councillors by agreement. So it is currently being deducted, and it will be zero at the end of June 2023. That's the information that we got from the payment in relation to those two additional councillors. Thanks. Ira, just on the train.
Thank you, HOD Chairperson and honourable members. Just to connect with my HOD. So in addition to the minimum competency of the councillors that we've already appointed the service provider now, we are in the process of identifying the 20 councillors for our first round. We have once again also with the kind support of our donor partners, the Hans Seidel Foundation, just completed a round of, we call it summer schools, but it's a dedicated day where we spend time with the councillors in a district on a specific theme. And this year it was ethics, very strong focus on ethics, and then towards roles and responsibilities, and then ultimately stronger consequence management. So those sessions were concluded, and we had 5, one in all of the district municipalities, and it was very well attended, and the feedback that we also received was quite positive. And that's been an ongoing theme over the last few years that we continue to build on as we present these to the councillors. Thank you, HOD.
Just for the committee to note that at that time there was a shortage in the market. The department actually raised the commitment with the supplier, and the goods and services was actually delivered 2 months after the order was raised. But just to note, there was definitely a shortage in the market. And I know the member mentioned that the ones that he has sat on, but there are other departments that faced a similar situation. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Paulse. Thank you, Melissa. Honourable Dagmo, just a quick follow-up, please.
Yeah, I'm just trying to establish, so as we speak now in November, or as we sit now, I just wanted to, how many councillors actually has the department trained? Did I hear it wrong that it was 20? Or like I'm looking for the total number of councillors that have been trained, whether it's minimum competency or whatever, by this department since the 1st of November last year.
Okay, it's
Chairperson, 2 things. So we can provide the information. We don't have it now, given the fact that there was a number of training initiatives on our own and certainly with other stakeholders. So we can provide that information if the committee so agrees. And then also we just missed a question on the 2 songs. Thanks.
For sure. Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Stuka.
Honourable Chair, the question that was asked by Member Maseko. So in general, we have a very good working relationship with our stakeholders, both the provincial colleagues as well as the national department. We have established what we refer to as a 2-song provincial forum, where our stakeholders, we sit together and we're very clear in terms of what is it that we are going to roll out for that particular financial year. In terms of the 2-song outreaches, we agree on an annual schedule. Which areas are we going to target? What is the theme? What are the challenges in those areas that we need to go out? And then in addition, we have 2 sessions that we have with our stakeholders. One, a planning session in the beginning of the financial year. And then the second one is a review session so that we take stock of where we're at. So in general, our departments, our stakeholders do show up. There's only 2 incidents that I can recall, and my team can recall in the last financial year, where in one incident, it was an outreach where one department could not come in that morning And we generally make a plan. In that case, it was at a time where we're dealing with with the COVID-19, and the person tested positive, and then they could not actually come. But we generally make plans. So if in those cases, if the department is not able to come to an outreach, very early in the morning, be the first ones who are in the outreach, we establish that all our departments are there. If there is any incident, we immediately make plans. Either we ensure that we make alternative arrangements where our CDWs assist us. We also consider in some instances where we transport people to the nearest center where they can be assisted. We also do an alternative outreach. In terms of people traveling to outreaches, we actually pay for the transport. So our people are in outer areas, so we collect them. We procure transport, and then we collect them from those far outlying areas so that they can come to the Tusong outreach, because we have appreciation that some of them cannot even afford to be able to go to the outreach. So in most outreaches, we transport people. CDWs then also assist us. Where it's very far, we have what we refer to as our working together with the Tusong, between the Tusong component and the CDWs, where we refer to as a Tusong extension, where that CDW will then, in that area, ensure that upfront they will interact with the people to get to understand what services are required. In some instances, they might even assist them to transport them to the nearest area. So in this period, we only had one incident, one department, I think it was in Deserto, where that department was not able to come. And then one incident, it was in White City. I was actually there on that day, and early in the morning, we're making frantic arrangements. And we're able to make alternative plans where we had same department, but in a different office to come in and still be able to assist people. So in summary, we generally do not have a challenge with our departments. Both national departments as well as provincial departments, we have a very good working relationship with them. We all understand that the Tusong program is a partnership program. And we've been able, members will recall that is Western Cape, if I'm allowed to brag, in 2019, we took the best program in terms of coordination at a national level. We also came with a best outreach program. So and most of our municipalities also did well in terms of those awards. So we really try to ensure that our departments, and they're very committed, both national as well as provincial departments, even the municipal departments coming into the center.
Thank you, Mr. Bolter. Thank you, Ms. Nkaka. Colleagues, Honorable Moran, you indicated that you wanted. I'm going to allow you to ask a follow-up if it's related to the response, and keep it brief, please, because we are going at the pedestrian pace now. Thank you.
I'm fine with the issue of, I don't dispute that there was any shortage. Maybe other departments bought from the Chinese shop. Because as I've said, I haven't seen any of the other departments basically raise the scarcity of IT equipment as a reason for underspending. Let me see, and I've heard the earlier response, and your response basically makes the response by the gentleman undone. The reason why I'm saying that, you're saying that yours is to enforce the law and to make sure that municipalities operate within the framework of the law. And on that specific matter, when you have that type of response, you're basically saying that our responsibility stops to inform the municipality. You cannot have 5 Mako seats, but only 2 or 3, the 20% as per the amount of council seats. 13, 20%, 2.6, 3, instead of the 5. That's where your responsibility stops, if I've listened to your response. Because we're saying maybe I must give you some of the information. That's what we have said. When I said to you that 2 councillors benefited illegally. And I know you know who those councillors are. You know. Isn't it your responsibility, MEC? And we don't want to second guess when we leave that meeting what we have said, to make sure that the money that's been illegally paid that monies basically to get it back from those you have received illegally. Isn't it your responsibility to make sure to put pressure on them, whether it's the municipalities, to put a plan in place to make sure that those monies be collected?
Thank you, Minister. If you want to respond.
Yes, Honourable Chair and Honourable Chair. Yes, it's our responsibility and that's exactly what we do. But you can't pick up a phone and instruct municipalities. You must first investigate. You get the information. I don't know the names of the councillors and I frankly don't want to know. If they've done something wrong, doesn't matter because otherwise you will accuse me of politicking and all sorts of that. So if they've operated outside the law, we will write to the municipality, determine the facts. If it's factually correct, we will then tell them that this is the law, we will guide them. They can decide to ignore us, then we will take them to court. We've done it in a couple of instances and normally we win the court cases. But you also try to not go to court because it's taxpayers' money at the end of the day. Then obviously when they rectify that, then the question of paying back, because the taxpayers can't pay for this. And that's what the HOD has now read, that the MMS now say, listen, and then there's also a big debate on how do they pay back. And maybe on that side, we can have a lengthy debate because you can be very cold and tell them that no council is allowed to owe the municipality outside the 90 days. So you will pay everything back within 90 days. And okay, then they might take you to court on that again. Or you arrange an agreement like this, and now the team will look at that agreement, and so, but the money will be paid back. So it's a process. These things are processes. It's not that we flip a switch and we're not dictators. We talk to municipalities, we guide the municipality, we ask them to operate within the framework of the law. This is the law, and then if they keep on, then we will take them to court.
Thank you, Minister. I don't know if you're done with your response. Okay, colleagues. Just
the MEC response in a way. The MEC response as if we don't have that information, and if you listen to the response that we have get from that gentleman, is that they are aware.
No, it's not what I'm saying. I say I don't know the names of the councillors. That's what I say.
What the minister was saying. Doesn't know the names of the councillors. Colleagues, we haven't progressed beyond Part A. So I think that we have Honourable Makamba Boycha on the line. Honourable Makamba Boycha, you. On A, no, we haven't moved that. You have possibly moved. No, we're progressing now. We're going now. I just want to know from Honourable Makamba Boycha, are you online? Able to hear me? No, thank you. Anyway, we will proceed. So, colleagues, thank you for your questions and thank you for the responses, Minister and HOD and your staff. I know that you have many more questions that you'd like to ask, but you will be able to get a chance to ask further questions after we have transitioned to Part B. And so I'm not going to restrict you. So we will move on to Part B now, and then we're going to take a break at 10:30, a comfort break. And there will be tea and some refreshments in the lounge at the back. But I will then advise as to what time you will return after. So please bear with me. I know it is a bit very sort of discomfort that you experience as well. It's a good question. Yeah, near ons. Anyway, colleagues, I'm referring you to Part B, starting on page 26. Yeah, now in the fonts. '97. And no. 84. from page 26 to 84. That's part B. So we will not complete and conclude with part B before we take a break, but we will just do whatever we can and then just proceed when we return. Councillor Murray is recognized, and then Councillor Maseko, Councillor, gosh, Honourable Murray, Honourable Maseko, and Honourable Dagmo, and we take it from there. Okay.
Thank you
Murray.
very much, Chair. Chair, my first questions are on page 27. So this relates to service delivery environment and support provided to local government to ensure smooth transition. Particularly with regards to the Cape Winans district, I see that there's support provided in terms of data governance. There's a reference to data sharing memorandum of understanding being drafted. I wanted to get more details on this and understand what collaboration there is with the Western Cape Government CIE, and also what the objectives are in terms of data sharing. How will this help in terms of local governance? Then in terms of the West Coast District, same page, there's the mention of the Saldanha Bay Harbour and the expansion, also noting that 96 million rand has been made in investments. Is it possible to get more information practically on what those investments entail, and also how the finance is also divided up between the Freeport, where the different obligations lie? Then my next question, page 29, on strengthening disaster preparedness and the response in the province. I do want to commend the department on their constant efforts to ensure that we are ready for disasters. And I think that really does reflect in our response to fires, which is world class. I did want to ask, so I noted the department completed its first disaster management internship program, where 4 interns were funded and placed in the municipal district management centres in various districts. I wanted to ask, what was the outcome and where are these interns now? Are they still supporting in the municipalities? Then page 44, so the sub-program municipal performance monitoring, reporting and evaluation. It's noted that the outcome of this was data and a knowledge management hub, which informs decision making. I wanted to understand what synergy there is here with the Department of Finance's data hub, and also what the what other programs you're working with in this regard. And then those are my questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to ask 1 or 2 questions. First, it will be for the civic education, which is on page 28. The civic education project, just to find out how does the department measure the success of that project? And the second one, it will be on page 56 and 57, and maybe it's just for me to have an understanding of the issue of the deviations for the drought, that because it has been, the drought has been for years. Why is it on the deviation? Because I take it that it's a standard of that we have to have the allocation, and we have to do the planning on the APP, talking to that permanently. Now, when you put it under the deviation, what are the reasons for those deviation? Just to get an understanding, it's a little bit difficult for me to read that graph to have an understanding. For me, just for clarity, Chair, I think Member Murray and Maran and Dagmo, they will cover me.
Thanks again, Chair. Chair, just to say these are going to be quite a few questions related to the joint district and metro approach, because there's been various information provided about these projects across the the district. So I think just to start off with, we know there has been this issue where the province, refers to the joint district and metro approach, and our understanding is that the national government plus the 8 other provinces refer to the district development model. So I would just like to ask, in the view of the department, what is the difference between the district development model that the national government is driving and what is referred to as the joint district and metro approach? For instance, the president had previously announced that various district champions were appointed to districts in our province, like I understand Becky Te, Minister Tele, and Pando to the city of Cape Town, Minister Creasy to the West Coast, Minister Patel to Winelands, Deputy Minister Botha to the Garden Route, Deputy Minister Chwete to the Karoo, and then I understand Minister De Lille to the Overberg. So, you know, in between, because clearly, I mean, there's politics and there's service delivery, and I think the potential for, you know, so-called cataclysmic developments in these districts, you know, between the 3 spheres is really what our province and our country needs. So I don't know if it's just an issue of a name or the difference, but one practical question I would like to ask is, in this joint district and metro approach, do those districts link up with those champions that the president has identified? Are there MECs from this provincial government that are also champions for those districts? Because I think we all know that if there is some synergy and the executive through the ministers and the MECs push issues, then sometimes there's a greater chance of those things actually happening. And then particularly now on the Overberg district report, there's reference to expanded rail network. So I presume, you know, the Cape Town Harbour is referenced in regard to the network through to the Overberg. But for instance, we know we have other harbours, you know, in the Overberg. Is there any discussion about, you know, the development of those harbours, the traditional fishing harbours? Because the development of those, not just in the Overberg, but across the coastal regions, could be, you know, a major boost to those. So, and then also, could we get more details on the Danish support? You know, what was the history around the Danish becoming particularly interested in those projects? And just get some background to that. And then there's reference in 0.21, the land swap also in the Overberg, in Grabo, and the existing school and the clinic. You know, so the issue is there not, are we not compromising the land that might be available for integrated human settlements in the process of doing a land swap around the clinic and the school? And then in regard to shared services, page 26 again, exactly what does shared services mean? Can we just get some examples of those specific ones? In the West Coast, I think my colleague Murray has asked about the Saldanha Harbour. I just wanted to ask that 96 million, from which national department has that come from? Because I understand it is from the national department, one of the national departments. When did the project commence? And is the project actually completed? Then in the Central Karoo, there's reference to the Rural Safety Plan. There could be some more detail about what that means in the Karoo district. Also in the Central Karoo, there's reference there to private sector funding, DBSA funding for the implementation of catalytic infrastructure projects. Could we actually get a sense of what are those several catalytic, sorry, I've been using the wrong word, catalytic infrastructure related projects? What does this mean? It's quite vague. So could we specifically here in the Karoo, what are those catalytic projects? That would be useful. And then also when it comes to the Garden Route lower down, there's reference to this investment perspective, and I hope, Chairperson, that in one of the follow-ups we can actually get a copy of that investment perspective. But, you know, these 8 municipalities, what are the key investment opportunities in each of those municipalities in the garden route? And is it possible for us to actually get a copy of that investment perspective? Yeah, I think those are the particular questions around the district model. But I noticed that there's only reference here to the rural districts. Cape Town is also a district, so are there no catalytic projects in Cape Town that the department, through the metro model, is it just a gap, is it just a mistake or an oversight that we only had a report on the rural districts and not the metro district itself? And then just to say, Chair, my next question will be on 37.
Can we pause there, you know, for a response? Thank you. Honorable Moran, will you just...
Thanks, Chair. Also got a couple of questions. The Honorable KMF basically covered the one of the 96 million. Just on page 27, Central Karoo District, the Rural Safety Plan. And I remember, Chair, basically in settings when we raised these particular issues and where the safety plans been implemented, the response by the Premier is we are looking at hotspots. We are looking at hotspots. Whether the Central Karoo is a hotspot versus other districts, because only Central Karoo has been mentioned here, and we want to know whether this particular program has also been rolled out. Other districts, I mean, if you, for instance, speak about alcohol and your fatal alcohol syndrome, it's the biggest in the Cape Winelands. The biggest. Whether we have similar programs in other, and whether Central Karoo is a hotspot. Page 37, service delivery information tool. Desired information tools, plus minus 5,000 posters, plus minus 5,000 pamphlets, only 300 posters were printed. Page 37, and no pamphlets were printed. Then on page 48, sub-program 2, and if you look at those targets, and in previous meetings we had before, we asked these questions, whether the department is setting its targets too low. For instance, if you look 2.3.2, number of municipalities supported with communications program. You can even look at the last block, support provided include hazard awareness, local government elections, and so forth and so forth. So it's ongoing project. It's not a once-off thing. That in your 2019-20 was 28. In your 2021, it was 30. And then the year under discussion, whilst you were 30, the previous year you set your target at 15. Whether your previous achievements, whether that influenced the target you will set for the new year. And it seems it's not the case. Because if my previous achievement was 30 the previous year, obvious, my target should be more or less around that figure. But your target was half that. And then you have an overachievement there in this financial year of 3. I'm just asking whether we are setting our targets too low.
Thank you. I don't want to rudely interrupt you. Could we just pause there and then, you know, we get Mkambaboy to ask questions and then get the response, because and hopefully then we can get all the responses before 10, and then when we return, and then you will get the first opportunity
so
to
we can ask new questions in the following round,
yes,
if there's time.
Yes, sure. Absolutely. Thank you. Honorable Makamba Boycha, are you audible? Am I audible to you? Can you hear me? Honorable Makamba Boycha, can you hear me? Okay, fine. Right, Mr. Paulson and Minister, I'm back in your hands now. I'll pass on to you.
Okay, thanks, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members for the questions. I'm going to selectively answer some of the questions, and I'm going to ask my colleagues, particularly the Chief Directors, to direct the questions accordingly. I think I'm going to just answer the question around just the DDM and the JDMA, just to provide some context. And then what I call the JDM leads can most probably do further responses to some of the projects that the Honourable Member has highlighted. So the department has conceptualized what we call the JDMA around about November 2018. 2019, we've taken that to Cabinet, and we've also taken it to the PCF. And the methodology in terms of collaboration, which we call joint planning, joint budgeting, joint implementation, was then adopted in the province. I think in 2019, the National Department also initiated what we call the DDM. We've worked with them, and they identified 3 pilots in the country just to implement or institutionalize the methodology. Given the fact that we have progressed, I've then written to the National DG, Avril Williamson, to say there has been a decision by the provincial executive as well as the PCF, where all municipal managers and mayors were present, that the province will follow the JDMA, but in giving effect to that, we will see how we accommodate some of the outputs and outcomes as it relates to the DDM. The National then DG wrote back and said that they're comfortable with that approach, that we can continue with the JDMA, but you also requested that we are there, particularly outcomes and outputs, that we collaborate together. So we've made an analysis, and we can also make that available. What are some of the similarities and what are some of the differences? I can just highlight 1 or 2. So perhaps the DDM has required that we establish what we call district hubs. We in the JDMA said that we will use existing structures. In other words, on a political level, we will use the DCFs, where the district mayor then chairs and with the mayors of the locals. So we're not going to do this thing, what we call the district hubs, and we're also going to use a DCF techs, where the municipal managers then convene on a local and a district level. So that is how we do it. They've also spoken about a district, a one budget. I think we said we can't do that, given this is the legislative framework around that each accounting officer is responsible for a budget. But the principles around the JDMA and to a certain extent around the DDM is about collaboration. It is about how do we work together, how we plan together, how we work together amongst the 3 spheres of government, so that the stuff actually lands in a geographic space. But it's also both the vertical collaboration and the horizontal integration, so collaboration. So in the province, this department takes responsibility to actually work with other provincial departments, ensure that there's some kind of implementation. So we've used this methodology successfully in terms of the drought as well as COVID-19, where we had a geographic response. We've pulled in all the municipalities in the extended cabinets and so on. We've visited municipalities. So on that basis, taking the methodology to Cabinet, Cabinet has also endorsed certain provincial ministers to be allocated to the districts, as well as certain HODs. And in terms of the COVID, these MECs, or these ministers and these HODs then responded, and we facilitated that process. And they've also worked closely what we have established, what we call JDMA teams, and they've worked with them. So the national department has allocated, as the honourable member said, champions to the various districts. At the time, the provincial executive was concerned and understanding the role of them. The Premier, I understand, has written to the President, asked just clarity on the role. That letter was referred to the National Minister of Cooperative Governance, and we're still waiting a response. But in the meantime, the champions as allocated by the National Department, we are working with it. Actual fact, there is now a visit by the Deputy Minister Tweti at Central Karoo, and we collaborate with the national departments with those municipalities in that the Central Karoo district, and also then highlight some of the projects that we are bringing through from our side. Minister Delolo was in Overberg. She visited personally, and there was discussions, and myself and the minister and the JDMA lead and some others attended that, where Minister Delolo has also initiated or identified certain projects, also particularly around the small harbours and so on. So Minister Delolo was quite, can I say, satisfied about the work and the progress that we've done in the district, to the extent that she also invited some of the other political champions of the province. And then Minister Bradell is responsible for West Coast, and Minister Creasy has attended some of the meetings and so on. So we are working in that fashion, and the success that we are getting with the JDMA is regularly detailed. And about a month ago, we've also taken a cabinet submission to cabinet to just highlight what are some of the successes and to what extent we have now institutionalized what we call the JDMA. But we're working closely together with the national government on the DDM, and there will be further discussions also at the PEC of the SALGA just around the JDMA that we have in the province. So perhaps how we connected to the districts is that in the department we've now allocated this function to some of the senior managers, and they actually lead the entire process of collaboration amongst the 3 spheres of government, also amongst the 13 departments within the province. So then I meet regularly with them and check in to say to what extent we are making progress and so on. So, Honourable Chairperson, the projects there, perhaps at your acquiescence, I can ask some of the JDM leads just to reflect on it. Regarding to the City of Cape Town, we've begun a process with the City of Cape Town. Just prior to the local government elections, our arrangement with the City of Cape Town is that we, upon further discussions, we agreed that there will be 5 committees between the province and the City of Cape Town. If I can reflect, there was governance, infrastructure, service delivery, there was disaster management, and so on. Those discussions and the finalization of those have been kept in abeyance given the local government elections. But we have actually made contact with the city, the ED Garrett Morgan, to pick up that further discussions as to how we facilitate the principles and the methodology of the JDMA within the City of Cape Town. Thanks, Honourable Chairperson. Zuko, I don't know if you want to proceed first.
That's fine, actually. In the case of Garden Road, it is correct. One of the initiatives is that they have developed as a district investment prospectus. We can make that particular prospectus available. It's a summarized, nice 44-page, because the Garden Road has developed what it refers to as a Garden Road growth development. I now have this acronym in my head, and all I can think is GDS, Growth Development Strategy. So it's a long-term strategy, and out of that particular strategy, its implementation is based on about 7 pillars. And in line with that, there are specific projects for each municipality. In the foreword of the mayor, he does indicate that they would like to use this investment prospectus so that it anyone who wants to engage with the Garden Route can see the whole of Garden Route in terms of the key catalytic projects. So in the investment prospectus, the key catalytic projects per municipality are listed. It does also indicate the approximate amount which is required, who are the key partners that will have to come through. So its implementation will then be through sourcing funding internally as well as internationally. But also there is a implementation plans now that we're developing on the long term on how we can annually implement the growth and development strategy. And that's also linked to the JDMA implementation plan in that particular district.
Thanks.
Chairperson, honourable members, just around the Saldanha Bay and Pepper Bay Harbour, some information. The project commenced in December 2020, was completed March 2022. Minister De Lille visited and did an inspection in June 2022. The client was the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. I'm just giving you a sense of the major improvements that were made to the harbour. There were some civil works undertaken, electrical, mechanical, as well as some building works. On the civil side, the entrance of the harbour was newly designed and built to accommodate larger vessels for the boating industry and factories in the harbour. All the infrastructure was also improved, the water system, the sewer network and the storm network. And the two harbours were also completely fenced to increase security. On the electrical side, street lights were replaced, security cameras all around the fencing in all buildings, and the electricity network itself was also upgraded. Mechanical side, the slip infrastructure was completely upgraded and the windscreen refurbished. And lastly, on the building side, buildings were upgraded. Those that still had asbestos in it were removed. And building upgrades were buildings that were actually upgraded with the entrance kiosk, ablution facilities, harbour master's office, boat store, storeroom, winchroom, and the main office at Pepper Bay. Thank you, Chair. It's a successful project, yes, Chair.
Thank you, HOD. Chairperson, honourable members, I'll speak to the Overberg. I'm the Overberg lead. Just to indicate that there are quite a number of projects that have been successfully completed over and above these ones, and there's one that I think I just want to highlight, honourable members, because of the potential impact that has. And that is that we, with the support of the police, South African Police Service, but also through financial support of the department, we actually installed a number of high-mast lights in specific identified areas in Grabouw. And with the support and working together with the police, we actually managed to bring down the crime rate in the area with 15%, which is now reported like that also in the police stats. So we really see some positive traction in that regard. In actual fact, we want to expand, in actual fact, the project broader in Grabouw and also other hotspots, not only in the province, but also broader. And we work very closely with the Department of Community Safety. And exactly that helps us with the collaboration part. So we get information not only from the police, but also from community safety, and the collaboration part then helps us to know where to focus our time and attention. I will then just run through the projects and give a little bit of context, honourable members, in terms of the rail network. We have now secured a very strong relationship with Transnet, specifically Freight Rail. They have recently completed their draft agri-strategy, and the agri-strategy was developed specifically to help with economic recovery for the entire South Africa after post-COVID. So what we've done together with them in the last 3 weeks, as a matter of fact, honourable members, is we had our first session in the Western Cape. We did it combinedly. For us, it was the first JDMA cross-border working together. So we're actually doing another level of integration and consultation. We invited all the big farmers, small farmers, as well as any other potential users of rail into one session that was facilitated by the two mayors that are taking lead for the JDMA, and the entire top structure of Transnet Freight Rail flew down from Pretoria as well as local colleagues to come and consult the new national strategy with their potential partners. Inputs were given, and then also with another view, and that view was also to link on then into the work that needs to happen going into the harbour. So the colleagues from Portnet was also present, as well as our HUD from DDAT. So the entire link was made out of Cape Winelands and the Overberg right into the harbour in terms of quantities. And then obviously the agri-strategy is specifically designed for the farmers to help them to ramp up their produce, the numbers in terms of volumes, and then get it into specific holding areas and from there into the harbour. And that was consulted in detail. Feedback given to Transnet, and now they can go back and do some more homework around it. But the primary principal relationship was established, and there is now a very nice linkage, I think also established between the farming community and the business community and Transnet Freight Rail per se. The interesting link therefore now is the Danish. The Danish came and made contact with us. The bulk of the fresh produce going through the Rotterdam harbour is coming from the Overberg. So they reached out to us through international relations, the Department of the Premier, and indicated to us that they want to be a part of this ramping up process that we're trying to do in the Overberg, but also in Cape Winelands, so that there is also not only more produce coming through, but the quality is higher. That means that the time on the road needs to be reduced, and also specifically looking at core areas where you can store flowers, fruit, for a period of time before it goes, you have the opportunity to get into the harbour onto the ships to go into the international harbour, specifically Rotterdam. We have last week had a meeting where they actually presented the proposal to the Premier and to the MECs, and they will now be formalised the MOU between the Western Cape government and then also the Danish government to facilitate the support coming in. There are then obviously also very strong linkages between Transnet and where the Danish will fit in, so that the one dovetails the other one. So it's planning in process, consultation are taking place, but it's showing that if you have the right people around the room, that the conversations can start and feedback can then start impacting planning and budgeting, and that's exactly what we want to see. In terms of the land swap, one of the critical burning areas specifically highlighted by the Department of Education is that we currently, in terms of numbers, require 5 schools in Grabouw just to get the numbers where they should be. So we took it into the JDMA space where we are at the moment a full house in terms of provincial representation as well as 6 national departments. And we said, colleagues, we need room and land for a primary school urgently. That's top priority. And what then happened was, honourable members, is that there's a piece of land ideally situated, but it belonged to the municipality. There was also a MIG project still in planning to do a sports field on one side of that piece of land, which made it perfectly ideal because on the other side then you have the school and then there will be access. So what we did was then we moved land. It was 2 pieces of land for the municipality, 1 piece of land for public works, and they could swap. That swap went through council 2 weeks ago, and now the process can start. But we did it very strategically so, and the key departments was in the room while we negotiated, because then health said we need F1 in Caledon to do a new ambulance station. Is there not a possibility for us to make that part of the package? And we could. So right next to the big clinic in Caledon, there will now be also a new ambulance station, and both of those projects are on the department's APPs. So we were able to catch and make sure that we do and we make that available. In terms of shared services is a project and our minister is very passionate about, and that is how do we get municipalities to work closer together, and as we do that, we get access to services and skills that I couldn't afford necessarily on my own. So municipalities go into a partnership. Now, in terms of the shared services specifically for the Overberg, this is a very exciting project. There's a lot of stray animals walking around, especially in Grabouw, but also in Hermanus and other areas. So what we are doing here is our 4 municipalities in the Overberg will now, on a shared services basis, own and operate 1 pound, so that the stray animals can go to the pound. But equally the same, honourable members, we realised that those animals are walking around for a reason. And what we also found is that small farmers let the animals go to the pound because there they will be fed and cared for. They can stay for 28 days. So on day 26, we see people coming to pay, take the animals out, and then they go back again. So what we've included in our project now is also a LED part of it. We have now in all of the municipalities registered small farmers. So you can come forward, you register. We're in the process of negotiating with the Department of Public Works land that can be used as commonage. We've also concluded negotiations with veterinary services from agriculture to come and care for the animals that will be on the commonage land in terms of feed and as also in terms of the medication that they need to receive, so that we actually reduce the number of animals that either walk around or go to the pound. And then our last step is, and that's what we're including now, is that those animals that do go through the pound, then they will end up in a piggery. So we are also creating co-op opportunities so that we can also create like another LED leg to it. And we're pulling everything together with a bylaw, which the department is busy with. And then actually, just in terms of the harbour, I think, Honourable Member, that's very important just to say. Over and above the work that we're doing with Portnet in the rail, in the big Cape Town harbour, another smaller project that we're currently doing for the entire Overberg is to look at small harbour developments around for the entire area. So Public Works was there twice already to come and look at potential workable areas, and they've identified 2. So that is work that is ongoing and has commenced. Thanks, HOD.
Honourable members, in terms of Cape Winelands District, I can say that we work specifically through the Department of Cooperative Governance, who actually coordinates the national inputs from there. We also work very closely with our own HOD Agriculture as the champion in Cape Winelands. In terms of the data governance, specifically the 2 bigger municipalities, Drakensberg and Stellenbosch, they wanted us to ensure that we work from a single data source because it definitely influences the decision-making around budgets. So we're trying to, and my colleague Nabil can speak to the data governance aspect and the practicalities around it, because we're trying to improve that specifically in terms of province at the moment. Ed has spoken about the shared service. There are 4 shared services models being developed in Cape Winelands for regional tourism and economic growth, environmental management, the employee assessment centre and vetting services, and then the establishment of a municipal training centre. And this was once again to make sure that resources that are becoming less are better used between the locals and the district. And then Honourable Moran, specifically around the safety plan, there definitely is a safety plan in place in the district, Cape Winelands. There's normally a forum that's established between the districts and the locals, and our Department of Community Safety, as well as the Department of Agriculture from a rural safety perspective, is involved. They make sure that there's an assessment done and that the challenges at a ground level is understood so that the safety plan actually addresses that, and resources are then made available from community safety side as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Heiling. Thank you. Okay, great.
Okay, thank you, HOD. Chair, yes, Central Karoo, on the investment that we're looking at the moment, it's maybe one of our biggest focus areas, and we are working with Wesgro and the Department of Economic Affairs and Development, where we're currently looking at a whole economic recovery plan. In Central Karoo, the biggest problem is obviously poverty, the lack of job opportunities. So what we've asked each of these local municipalities are to identify those sort of products. What can they sell? What do they want to put out there into the local and international market? And then we're going to have a huge Indaba, where Wesgro is assisting us to then get us in contact with all international potential investors then obviously linking the opportunities within the district with international markets. So that is for us one of the biggest wins. Based on that, obviously, then you will know which economic sectors you need to grow. And directly linked to that is then the whole educational master plan. What kinds of skills must we develop in the area so that the local people can benefit and we can have inclusive economic growth and not just certain individuals or private sector companies benefiting. Then in terms of specifically the reference to the DBSA, we've had the MOA with the DBSA and currently in the process of renewing that. They are looking currently at quite a number of projects. The first one that we're starting with, of which the application was submitted and now resubmitted again, since we've got new political and administrative leadership in these municipalities, is looking at a regional waste solution. And that might look at maybe something like a regional waste site that is obviously bring huge opportunities for waste to energy. But there's also other spin-off, for instance, looking at then the gathering of tires that can be chipped and used for on the road services for sealing. There is practices of that is of huge success in other parts of the country. Then we are looking at obviously benefits that can come from recyclables. And then obviously what we are maybe considering is if you are looking at maybe the distances between Beaufort West and places like your Maritzburg, is it wise to bring waste all the way from Maritzburg to Beaufort? Surely not, if you look at those distances. Shouldn't we rather enter into an agreement over the province to rather a place like Graaff-Reinet? That would make better sense. So the same with at the bottom Laingsburg, to take from Laingsburg all the way up to something in the middle between Prince Albert and Beaufort West might not be feasible. And they're looking at maybe taking it via rail to Cape Wineland. So there I'm working again with my colleague on the Cape Wineland side. We then also with SALGA are working on the rural, what they call it, small village development initiative, and that is also across provincial levels. So it's not only looking at the Central Karoo as well, it's looking at how do we unlock actually the whole bigger Karoo that is stretching over Western Cape, Eastern Cape, Free State, as well as the Northern Cape, and then market that as a much bigger area, and that obviously having economies of scale in bringing in investors. Especially in terms of now that we've seen with COVID, where people are actually working from home, people are now looking and considering moving to these safer areas like your rural areas, especially in Central Karoo, that is clean air. They've been known in the past for people from all over the world that came to South Africa with lung diseases for the specific clean air in this area. So we're even marketing clean air. Then obviously, as you know, we've got lots of wind and sun opening the opportunities for the Central Karoo to become the green economic hub. They are positioning themselves to become that. So DBSA is also particularly interested in that, as well as our partnerships with the Danish will obviously come on board, but that will all be part of our bigger provincial program in terms of how we structure financing of bulk infrastructure. Obviously then groundwater development, a huge need for that. If we want to grow Beaufort West, for instance, you cannot do that without water. So yeah, I think I've said enough about the economic development side. On the safety side, why specifically we mentioned the Central Karoo. I'm sure there's other hotspot areas as well, but the N1 linking the Western Cape to the north is obviously opening up opportunity for, you know, or illegal practices, especially when it comes to trafficking of drugs. So that's maybe why. And then obviously all the big accidents with the huge trucks coming in, with the huge trucks, there's also other kinds of social ills associated with that is requiring assistance. And then, yes, you rightfully mentioned alcohol abuse is a big problem. We've identified vacant land and buildings and looking for investors. Thank you so much.
Thanks. We're not going to finish the meeting now.
Thanks.
Mr. Paulson. Okay, good. Okay, then. Fine.
Thank you, Chair. So just as far as the interns are concerned, and then there was also just around the deviation. So the interns, we try to keep the interns at the places. Obviously, the objective is for them to gain experience to go forward as well. So the Cape Winelands district has still got absorbed their intern, and then the Garden Route, not the Garden Route, Central Karoo, but in the finance department. So at least that person is on a contract there going forward. And then just with the deviations, it's very difficult to set targets for disaster management because you don't know what's going to happen. So if you look at the deviations there, they all are increases in what we set targets for. But for example, for COVID-19, we had to have more engagements because obviously providing more information. As far as the plans were concerned, we were requested to provide plans for the election, which we didn't plan because it was announced fairly late. So we needed to include that. And then just finally, there were more disaster classifications because of the floods that we had in the informal settlement fire. So that's why the deviations are there. Thank you.
Sorry, Chair, it was just for drought. I understand others why the drought is also there.
Yeah, out of order. Okay, can you proceed, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just to answer the honourable member's question, I think it's important to realise that we've come to the conclusion that you can't have active or meaningful citizen interface if citizens are not empowered. Hence, we came up with this initiative of the civic education. Now, initially, it was only targeted at former district management areas. But because of the positive feedback and the success of these civic education sessions, there's more and more municipalities knocking on our doors now, asking us to come out to marginalized areas, especially in the rural areas, where we go out and we facilitate these sessions ourselves with the communities. So in answering your question, the success is based on the positive feedback that we're receiving from the communities. They're embracing the opportunities to be empowered, hence we're intensifying it going forward. Thanks.
Yeah, it will be short, HOD. Thanks, Chair. Just Honourable Maran's question on the targets with the comms campaigns. So before we used to roll out our comms campaigns across all the municipalities, right? But due to a couple of factors, for instance, a lot of municipalities have more budget than we have for comms campaigns. There's capacity, they've got staff in place, etc. We decide, and also our budget cuts our side, we decided to sort of do a more focused approach and help the smaller municipalities without capacity a bit more. So we can then use our money for instance, printing of out-of-home things, whereas we could still send the collateral to the other municipalities that's able to print the collateral. So that's why we just took a more focused and targeted approach. I'm not sure if that answers your question, Annabelle.
I'll be as short as I can. Just in terms of the data governance work, specifically in the Cape Winelands district, this has been highlighted as one of the key projects within the Cape Winelands JDMA. I think, I think as a result, we've established a data governance working group, which includes all the key provincial departments, as well as the district and associated local municipalities. I think it's more about implementing the provincial-wide data governance framework and the principles thereof. Ultimately, it's about ensuring that we have credible data to, base our decision-making on and planning, etc. I think one of the key outputs, and it's listed in the document, is the data sharing MOUs that we have developed, in collaboration with municipalities. It's ultimately about ensuring that, we are able to seamlessly share data between the different spheres of government, also to obviously inform decision-making. Just in terms of the knowledge management hub that was also referred to by the member, the department has established a knowledge management capability within the department. It's ultimately about preserving institutional memory and, leading us to an evidence-based decision-making approach. We have developed a sort of an MNE tool, in the form of a municipal performance dashboard, which incorporates all various data, from relating to municipalities, to give us sort of a snapshot view of the status of municipalities. So we've done that. Just in terms of the financial information, we've got an agreement with Provincial Treasury. We will share our information. So we regularly get the information from the Provincial Treasury. So financial information is reflected, within our particular knowledge management space. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Thank you for the questions and thank you for the responses. We will adjourn now till 11. There are refreshments down the passage, so please indulge, and we will continue with the engagement. Mr. Seku, we will take up the follow-ups after we return. Thank you. Thank you. Meeting is adjourned till 11. The meeting will continue now. Thank you, Mr. Polter, and your colleagues for the responses that they provided prior to us taking a comfort break. I'm happy that we're all back, and we'll continue with section B. So my colleagues on the left, you've heard the responses. I'm going to provide you with a second round of questions and follow-ups, whatever. I recognize Honourable Mathuri Maseku, Honourable Moran, Honourable Dagmore, and Honourable Makamba Boycha. Am I audible to you? Are you online? Probably in another meeting. Thank you. Okay, right.
Okay.
Honourable Maseku.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's just a follow-up. I got the clarity of the deviations, but I was speaking specifically just for the drought, because of drought is something that we've been coming on with. Yeah, I think you responded to the deviations. Oh, is that you? Okay, sorry. I'm not looking at you. I'll go to the HOD. So, actually, the issue of the deviations that I was asking, on the deviations, I think it's on page, let me get my notes. Is it 50 something? I think 56 and 57, I think. So one of the deviations there is you listed also the drought. So I was asking just for clarity for me to have an understanding that if the drought we knew for the past, I think 10 years that it's coming, why is it listed on the deviation, the budgeting or the plannings for it? Isn't it not to be mandatory until further notice? Or why, what is the reason there? Just for my info to understand. That 56 and 57, am I right? Sorry, Chair, indulgence. Okay, let's look on 57 on the, it's a program, sub-program 3.2 on disaster management and fire services, but there on the assessment and verification on the reasons of deviations and general comments, you have drought. So I just, COVID-19 I do understand, but, and the severe weather, but the drought, the one that I wanted to find out why falling under also the same WhatsApp group of the deviations. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Just on the Central Karoo and the response that I have received, I haven't heard, and I've asked the question whether it's a hotspot. Because I've said basically the response by the Premier, why there's a focus only in the metro. And actually, the hotspots in the metro that gives birth to LEAP officers. So I haven't heard whether it is indeed a hotspot, whether the MEC just wants surveillance on Clayton McKenzie. Tell me, and you have spoken about Cape Winelands, and you are saying you are working with farmer organizations, especially when it comes to surveillance. And I know that those guys who are receiving the information, I'm not sure whether the department, whether it's the same. It's a company called OGI. And whether my information is safe with them. Because I have seen on numerous times when a person drove past one of those cameras. It throw out your registration number, the color of your vehicle, and who the owner is, and whether that information is secure, or whether you can tell that Pat just passed that particular camera in Citrusdal, and that information basically goes wherever, and it basically can compromise one's safety. I just wanted to check with that one. The response on the pamphlets and the posters, and the only issue that speaks to the municipality is the issue of issues that came out of that engagements with communities, and that the municipality are capable of dealing with those issues. Nowhere does I see that a reason for not have printed 5,000 is because the municipality have printed the other 2,700 or the other 4,700. I don't see any of that cited as reasons. So I'm looking what I see in front of me is that you said 5,000, only 3,000 was printed. But I'm fine with the answer. Then, Chair, the issue of targets, and I'm not sure whether there was a response, 30 the previous year and then 15 the year under discussion. But if you look, for instance, that 2.41, this is on page 48, the same column. Municipal supported with capacity building actions or gender mainstreaming. There's only 3 municipalities it was. In fact, the target was only 3. Swartland, Drakensberg, and Prince Albert. In terms of that particular program, the target was 3, the achievement was 3 out of 30 municipalities. Out of 30 municipalities, you set your target at 3. And it's so an important issue, Chair, that particular program, where we set the bar so low. Then new questions, Chair, when you have stopped me. It's on page 49. Chair, performance in relation to standardized outputs in output indicators for sectors with concurrent functions. SPI 6, number of work opportunities, planned target was 17,700. And the actual achievement was 16,144. And then they are saying there are 1,000 spaces open, and the reason provided is some participants temporarily found seasonal employment on farms, hence other achievement. I would have understood, Chair, if the department was saying we have achieved our target, 17,700. But out of that 17,700 that have started, 1,556 have now found a new opportunity, seasonal work. Because if I, for instance, look of what's been presented to me, then it clearly states that you have not achieved your target, and therefore you can't then raise the issue of the rest that have received other employment. If my target is saying that I have achieved is 1,614, then it means that there were never 1,556 people. Never. Otherwise, HOD, you will have reached your target of 17,700 and 1,500 have left because of other work opportunities. Chair, page 55. Outcomes, outputs, performance indicators, targets, and actual achievements. 3.1.1 on that. Our municipality and desperate need for infrastructure and infrastructure programs of any sort. Firstly, again, low targets. Secondly, we'll have low targets and low outputs because of what we see on page 66. There is an underspending of more than 2 million. So it's simply not a case of we can't do more because we don't have the money. We do have the money, but we are still underachieving because of low targets, Chair. That's the one. What does the department pay such scant attention to municipal infrastructure when there's such a huge challenge within our municipalities? Then, Chair, I got on page 64, and it speaks to the CDW program and the amount spent, Chair. The amount spent, and you will see, Chair, the reasons that the department gave is that money, the municipality have time until the 13th of June 2022 to spend those funds. Although you will see that some have basically spent the allocation that they have received, the full amounts, whether those at the end of our financial year that have not spent all the monies and at time until June, whether you have information whether those monies at the end of June was fully spent. And if you don't have that information now, maybe to provide us with that information at a later stage. Because what we see here is just until the end of March. That's the one. Then, Chair, on page 70, it's the last question. Transfer of allocation to municipalities. You are saying to us, it's been published, I think, or advertised, I think it's published, the exact word. Let me quickly get to page 77. In December 2021, but you only made the transfer 3 months later, in March. It's one of the reasons cited, yeah. No, not page 77. It's not page 77, it's page 70. Sorry. Page 70. Allocation to municipalities were published during December 2021, and funds were transferred in March 2022. It's 3 months later. Is there a specific reason why monies were only transferred 3 months later? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Moran. Honorable Makamba Boita, welcome to our meeting. I know you had connectivity problems. The questions that you have forwarded to Johan relating to Part A, they were asked and not asked, they were posed to the department and we were responded to. We're busy with Part B now, so if you have questions relating to Part B, I will provide an opportunity after Cameron Dugmore. Oh, Honorable Dugmore, sorry. Yeah.
Thanks again, Chair. Chair, just on the, I suppose in a way it's linked to the issue around the Breda Valley CDW operational grant, I think which Member Moran referred to, was supposed to have been spent by the 30th of June at one level, just to check whether that was actually done. But I would just like to ask the director through the HOD, in terms of CDWs at the moment, what is the length of their contracts? What is the, after those contracts have come to a conclusion, what is the process of employing, CDWs again? And what are the salary levels and benefits that accrue to CDWs, just to get a sense. I'm just trying to really get a sense of the health of the project. And then, on page 68, this local government public employment support grant, I mean, it's an amount of 50 million as far as I can see. But the municipalities were not able to actually implement the program. Is that all sorted out? And could we just get a sense of what was the type of public employment? Because I know we've obviously got CDWs and we've got community works, program, but this is different. So what were the, if I've got it right, what were the actual programs that this public employment support grant supported in terms of work opportunities? And then on page 76, 4.5, these conditional grants refer to funds transferred to NISNA about DC proceedings against the former MM. I'm not sure which former MM that was, and also the CFO, and then also the TWK towards the costs incurred in these DC processes. So can we just get an update? What has actually happened in regard to the NISNA proceedings against the former MM and the CFO? Have those been resolved? Were they settled? Yeah, and how much was actually spent? I'm not sure if we're talking about Mr. Grant Easton or if it's someone else. And then what was spent on that DC process? What was spent on the DC process regarding the former CFO? And then also particularly in Theovatus Kloof, how much was spent and what was the outcome and who in fact was disciplined? I mean, it seems quite unusual that there would be funding for particular DC hearings. And maybe we could just be clarified as to why there was specifically support for these hearings. And then in regard to donor funds, it says here that the department didn't receive donor funds, but we've also just heard about the involvement of the Danish in at least 2 of the projects. So, you know, just wondering why was that not necessarily mentioned there as donor funds, or is it funding that's maybe going through an NGO or something like that, that the department didn't directly receive and, you know, from the Danish? And could we just get a sense of how much funds that the Danes have actually contributed to these projects that they're involved in our province? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Jagmo. Honorable Makamba Boycha.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and greetings once again to the meeting, the department, and the public. The first question that I have, Chairperson, it's with regards to the upgrade of ablution facilities to improve human dignity. My concern is with regards to the Wetsand informal settlement in Atlantis. There was an issue earlier this year of a complaint that the informal settlement in that area relieves themselves in bushes, including children and elderly people. So, and it becomes an issue especially for women and children who can be exposed on issues of gender-based violence. So I want to know what is the department doing to extend this to the areas of Overberg district. Okay, and then the second question is on page 29 on the issue of the 4th industrial resolution. I'm interested to the issue of the drones.
Honorable Kambabokcha, sorry for disturbing you. Could you perhaps, you know, be so kind as to reference the page number where your questions come from, and it makes it easy for the department to locate where the question is and then respond to it?
Okay, I think you missed that out, but I said page 29 on the issue of drones. Did you pick that up? The first question is, I didn't put the page number there, but I'm sure you would understand. It's about the ablutions facilities in Wetsand in Overberg. And then the issue of the drone technology that has been introduced as a tool to communicate with citizens in Optibeck in Witzenberg municipality. So what I would like to know there is what kind of information of these drones communicate with citizens and how do they do it? That's number one. And number two, can citizens communicate back to this drone and then it delivers back to the informal information or what? That's what clarity that I want. And also on the same issue of the drone, does it yield any results? Does the department plan to expand this initiative to other areas? My last question, Chairperson, is on page 41 regarding the outcome 46, the reduction in poverty. There I see that as a success, but I would like to the department to point to us the areas where poverty has been reduced, specifically with the examples, because I would want to also know if the department have achieved this, and if in general statement they only touched few lives, whilst the majority of people still remain subjected to poverty. And then clarity on that is because the following aftermath of the COVID-19, where people lost their jobs and businesses, most of those people have not recovered and remained poor. So I do not understand this reduction claim that you are saying there. And then lastly, how does the department measure reduction in poverty? What tools are you guys using with the ever increasing population in this province, especially with regards to the informal settlement? Those are my questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Makamba Boycha. I just have a question on page 26, Overberg District Safe House Network. HUD that the committee, together with other committees, on a recent oversight visit to the Overberg region, we visited a project that is initiated and was supported by the department. It's a safe house in Bredasdorp, and what we witnessed is a wonderful project. You know, it deals with women and children and men, albeit very few, that are victims of gender-based violence. So can the department, you know, in terms of your involvement with that particular project and why you became involved and what you actually, you know, sort of doing within that sort of environment? Are there more safe houses in the district being considered or supported so that we could possibly play a meaningful role in terms of dealing with the scourge of gender-based violence? Thank you, HUD. Honorable Maseko.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to find out from the under the VIP4 focus area activities, and I think it's related to under the sub-program 3.1 of municipal infrastructure. I think it's related to member Makamba Boja.
Sorry, colleague, page?
I think it will be on page, is it 28 or check the sub-program 3.1, Chair. I did my notes.
That's all good. Thank you. Proceed.
Check the sub-program 311. I use the AP, the annual performance plan, and this somewhere somehow on some dear Mekarvies.
Just carry on.
Thanks. Let me go on, Chair. That question is just to find out. Okay, so I want to find out. So there is the informal settlements upgrading program, and you're saying we'll invest in the upgrading of basic services and provisions of facilities that improve the quality of life. Now, I'm trying to understand or how is that going to happen? And lashing on now the changes of the Department of Infrastructure and if now you are also going to mention this, taking responsibility for that and having the Department of Infrastructure in, and now the program human settlements, and so there is a repeat of those services. So who have to be held accountable when coming to municipality? If you have this and then you have the Department of Infrastructure, that talks to that, and also you have that program under, or whatever that we can call it in future, where human settlements is going to fall in. Who is going to be the implementing agent when coming to that responsibility? If we have to hold the department accountable, it will be which department from this? It will be municipality as an implementing agent, or it will be the local government that take that responsibility? I'm trying to understand, because I see this responsibility in local government, and I definitely know that in the IDPs also is there, and Department of Infrastructure also, it was there also. Now, who is responsible that if member Makamba Buja comes and say, Vetsan, they don't have toilet, knows that I'm going to Minister Anton Bradell or Minister Simas or Minister, whoever that can be responsible for that one. And I think that's all, Chair, from me.
Thank you, Honorable Mseko. Any other question with regard to this round? Okay, thank you. Over to you, Mr. Paulson.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson and members. So the questions have been raised, and I'm perhaps just ask each Chief Director to direct the questions. There's a number of questions that have been asked. So perhaps just to assist, just on the question of the rural safety. So just in terms of the data released by the Department of Community Safety, the data released by the Department is Beaufort West itself, it's a hotspot. So Beaufort West Municipality is a hotspot, but in the interim, the Department of Community Safety has also given each district, I understand, R1 million to develop a rural safety plan. And the collaboration between ourselves via the JDMA, they are also in a process to look at area-based teams. How the areas-based teams work with the leads in the geographic areas. So from where we're sitting as the provincial department responsible for horizontal collaboration, we facilitate and enable the other departments like health and community safety to have a geographic response, not only in the hotspots, but also in the rural areas. How do we facilitate that? How do we bring that to the DCF and the DCF techs? Because as the Honourable Member has indicated, there's a migration of crime if you have it just in the 11 hotspots. So that's ongoing discussions, and we talk about that generally in the MANCOs, where we deal with the priorities of jobs, growth of jobs or jobs, and then obviously safety and well-being. Zuko, can I ask you to go for the first stint? Colin and then Ida.
On the public employment program, perhaps HUD, if you can allow me a minute just to firstly explain the process that's required before we transfer funding. So the Gazette was published just before the 15th of December. And at that stage, municipalities, already people are taking leave. So in January, when people are now back on leave, we received as a department 30, I'll refer to them as business plans. We refer to them as implementation plans. So between the 12th of January, as a team, we had to assess 30 different business plans. And in each business plan, in some instances, there are various projects underneath. Now, the process then requires that you then assess those business plans. So we split it into districts. And then from the assessment of those business plans, we then need to ensure that it goes through an adjudication process. So we had 4 sets of adjudication process to make sure that we're really quite thorough in the projects that have been submitted. Then comes a process to contract. Now that's the tougher part, because you must then do a transfer payment agreement that must go to the municipality. And that process, that transfer payment agreement must be vetted by legal services. So the business plan, together with other supporting documents, must then be submitted to the department. We must go through it. We must do that process, and then also ensure that our legal advisors in legal services, then vet all 30 transfer payment agreements. And then only then can you then do the next process in terms of the transfer process. So we're able to do that entire process in 2 months. It generally takes much longer than that. But in terms of the expenditure, so we then transferred in line, just in time with the of the cutoff of the 15th of March. But in terms of the expenditure, where we're at now, we have an expenditure of over 38 million on those projects. They are in the sectors of the social class sector, the infrastructure sector, as well as the environment sector. So it's generally your cleaning and greening, some projects around safety, ambassadors. It's a range of projects. It's either new projects, which a municipality has come with, or it's expanding an existing project in those instances where they would wish to expand an existing public employment program. So we've generally done quite well. That just over 11 million that's remaining. We've gone through a process to municipalities have applied for rollovers, and those rollovers have now just been approved. I think about a week or so ago, the communication on the rollover process through the provincial treasury process has now been done. We now have to monitor the implementation of the expenditure of the rest of that amount. So I'm quite comfortable, Honourable Chair, that we've done fairly well, because to try and do that entire process in 2 months, I think it took a lot out of us. The question on the drones, and I'll give Abigail to also expand. So earlier I explained that our role in terms of the Tusong outreaches, we are mobilizing through the CDWs. We also assisted by GCIS, we are assisted by our municipal colleagues, and also the Tusong team also does that. But on the Optiberg outreach, GCIS brought in a drone. So on the day in question where the actual outreach was being rolled out, we then tested that to be able just to say to people, there is an outreach. It's just to reinforce the message that we've already sent out a few days ago. So it does not, the manner in which it's written, it is merely just to communicate, to say to people, come to an outreach. There is an outreach that's currently taking place. We've already loud-hailed. There is an outreach that's currently taking place. So there's not necessarily going to be an interaction between the members of the citizen. It was just to reinforce that now the outreach is now rolling, and you can then come to the center. But it was quite interesting for that to be launched, and the colleagues understand technology much better than me. The CDW one, I think, Heinrich, you can take that one. All I can say is that CDWs are our own employees. We have approximately 160 CDWs in the 5 districts and the metro, and they are appointed by the Department of Local Government. The benefits, they are paid, CDW is paid on a salary level 6 in terms of the DPSA salary scales, and then a CDW supervisor is paid a salary level 8. They get the same kind of benefits that we do, and they are also under the same code of conduct that we are under. I'll give then to Abigail as well as then Heinrich to just speak to the issue of the transfer on the CDW.
Honourable Member, with regard to the drone, it was specifically used in the Tusong Annual Week, where we partner with GCIS for the National Tusong Week, and we use the drone, as Nozuko explained, as a communication tool just to inform citizens that the outreach is taking place. It's done similar to what loud hailing is done, and we actually tested it or piloted in that area to see if it's a tool that can work, but it can be quite costly, and the cost was covered by GCIS to see if this is something that we can maybe use in future to inform citizens to come to an outreach.
Thank you, Honourable Chair and members. I think the Chief Director has comprehensively and very adequately covered the issue around the employment status of community development workers. Member Dagmo has, Honourable Member has requested, for example, reference the Breda Valley in terms of the grant allocation to that municipality. So for the period under review, 95,000 was allocated, and they had a carryover of 30,000 for the previous year, which was an approved rollover, which gave them a total of 124,000 as at 124,000. And then, so we've got the information in terms of the expenditure as at 30 June 2022, which was 17,000. And so in total, the balance was 106,000. The only portion that they must pay back to us, an unspent portion of 12,900. But I think the bedrock of this problem, Honourable Chair, is that it has to do with the fact that the provincial and local government financial years doesn't coincide. So in terms of just the reporting, so effectively, and that is why it's referred to as effectively, we can only transfer at the end of the second quarter, and in some instances, in this case, at the beginning of the third quarter. So that is the at the bottom of it. We are improving it in terms of driving the expenditure, etc. And I think that more or less, that in terms of Honourable Member Maran's question, we can provide the detailed information for each of the municipalities as requested. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Chair, the target for the last financial year was 3 in terms of supporting municipalities, but we mustn't look at this target in isolation because we have limited capacity within the department. The team that's responsible for supporting municipalities with gender mainstream only consists of 2 officials. But that's why we have over the years targeted 3 every year. The majority of all the municipalities have been supported so far, and we're close to achieving 100% rate with all municipalities supported with gender mainstreaming. It's important to note that those officials are not only responsible for supporting municipalities with gender mainstreaming, but also with external human rights, which is not necessarily part of the package that we roll out to the municipalities that we target. For example, with gender-based violence, with human trafficking sessions, with sexual harassment workshops. So is responsible for those other support initiatives too. Thanks.
Thank you, HOD Chair. So we have a sub-directorate that works on disaster recovery and specifically looks at issues like the recovery from drought. Dr. Rekotso is here. She heads that section. I'll just ask her to respond to the question on the ongoing response to the drought. Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. So basically, like Colin indicated earlier, the issue of disaster management is mostly demand dependent. So in this case, what we have on drought day is actually disaster assessment and verification. So we usually receive a notification from either a department or from a municipality to say they're experiencing disaster for that particular region. In this case, we receive it from agriculture, highlighting different areas like Matsikama, Central Karoo. So we had to verify that for sure this is the actual disaster that they're experiencing. So we had to do that disaster assessment and verification to identify the actual extent before we could apply for funding from National Disaster Management Center. So it's very important that you submit detailed reports. So we can't really do that without having done that. I understand that drought is still happening, but it's happening differently from different sections. So the amount of verification you need to do will be different each and every year. So that's why we had an additional one there, because we had to do maybe 3 just to verify the extent in those regions. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, and actually, honourable members, I'll answer a few and then I'm going to ask the colleagues just to collect with me, Chairperson, if that's in order. Just in terms of page 55, honourable member, the indicators for municipal infrastructure. So in our case, we do our indicators slightly different. we refer to a program, but all the municipalities are covered under the program. So that means the first one, just to be a little bit pragmatic, number of programs to strengthen basic service delivery is the MIC program, where we are covering 24 municipalities that all get the MIC program. And then just in terms of the last one, just to continue the example, the last one is our DRAP program. The DRAP program focuses primarily on the Central Karoo, but also on the Klein Karoo area. So we call it the Greater Karoo for purposes of just explaining the geographical space. But then typically in this program, we will also look at any other areas that come up in our drought assessment. So we do every 6 months a drought assessment. So for instance, we had a small area, Herbertsdale in Mossel Bay, that's then added. So this counts the program, and there's a lot of work that sits under that. Actually, I will deal with the R2 million underspending. Just give an indication of that was for. So in this specific year, we have been very grateful. Since the drought started, our department has received ring-fence funding for us to appoint additional engineers to assist us specifically on this drought response program. But because of the regulations that is in HR, we can only appoint the engineers for a year on a time, which means that we're really struggling to find people that meet the qualifications to be professional engineers and to leave employment to come for a year. So we normally find that we struggle to find people, and then there was underspending in that specific space. We are then, on the other hand, appointing a very specialist group of people to assist us with these projects. They're called geohydrologists. They help us to look for where potentially there are sources of water and these big projects of ours that they run smoothly. We wanted then to use some of those savings to extend that contract, but we could not extend for the full amount, and then also the year, we couldn't get it fit into the year. So that's where the underspending came from. It originated initially from the drought engineers, which we struggled to recruit, and that's a challenge for us every year. Then just, Honourable Member, in terms of specifically the Danish funding, the funding does not flow to the department. It will eventually flow, we believe, directly, either through the NGO, or what we also see the partners, international partners do is they actually appoint their own service providers to do the work, so they follow their own processes. But in terms of the Jamies, it's still early days. Our first step always is to now enter into an MOU with the Danish between the Western Cape government, and that is the next step that we will now undertake. Then I will ask Marius just to deal with the question around the Witstrand sanitation, Honourable Member, and then Kimmel will deal with the Kannaland one, and then just a few comments from my side on the safe house. Honourable Members, thank you so much for visiting the facility in the Overberg. We are very excited about it, we're very proud of it, and personally I have a very big passion for it. And I'm looking at my HOD, he can say to me enough, because I can probably keep you here until 5 about the safe house. Please don't, but please, Chairperson, you can stop me. I'm very passionate about the safe house. So the safe house, we started the first one in Cape Agulhas. It is a JDMA project because of all the departments that are involved. We have the Department of Health involved. So if there is a mother, a child, or an individual that needs medical attention, we have an arrangement with the Department of Health where to take them immediately. Then we have a partnership with the South African Police Service. If a mother and child comes to a police station or anywhere else, they are brought to the safe house. The police brings them in unmarked vehicles. So the space is, how do we bring multiple stakeholders together? Social development is on board, and then we're also now going to have outpatient care for drug rehab running out of the safe houses. So the safe house that the Honourable Members visited in Bredasdorp, you saw the expansion is finished, it's done. We have also now secured through Salga's kind assistance, and I want to please say that a big donation of beds, linen to physically equip the safe house. And that was already, the delivery already started last week, so it's being delivered. The next extension into the district is for Caledon. That will be a GBV registered safe house. We have social development on board. They've committed funding. The municipality gave us a house. That will now be changed into a GBV safe house, very specific rules and requirements in terms of safety, as the members can understand. And that house, the refurbishment will start next week. Our aim is that every municipality in the in the Overberg area will eventually have one of these safe houses.
Chair, I'm going to respond on the ablution facilities that came from the member. So how these come to us as a municipality, to the department would be normally through complaints we receive by Minister or Premier's office. So the specific example that you've mentioned is in Witzenberg. It's Gaaitjie next to Grisani. So we're well familiar with that. So we would then normally, after those kinds of complaints, as well as requests from municipalities, we would cross-check it with the former Department of Human Settlements, Informal Settlements Program. So we're working with them. They say and they agree that this is actually the hotspot and problem areas. So in the previous financial year, we gave to Witzenberg in this Gaaitjie area in Tulbagh, and then Pineview in Wolseley, and then in Saldanha. We've given in 2 informal settlement areas in Langville, as well as in another one that I can't remember now, and then in Grabouw in Siya Yanzela and Waterworks. And in this coming financial year, we're going to continue rolling out this program.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question posed regarding the investigation and disciplinary in Knysna and Theewaterskloof. That was the investigations against the former CFO, Mr. Memani and Dr. Vitala. In Theewaterskloof, that was against a middle manager who faced certain serious misconduct allegations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that is all members. We are continuing to section D. Section D, it has, starting from 102, and it's up to 134. Members, if you can ask all your questions, there's not going to be the second round. I'm looking at the time. So ask all your questions and then you get the responses. Member Murray?
Thank you, Chair. My question relates to page 111. This is with regards to attracting candidates from historically disadvantaged backgrounds. I wanted to understand how are training interventions being conducted and structured to enable career progression, particularly of women in middle management positions, but also inclusive of people from historically disadvantaged backgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Maran?
Yeah, just one question on page 115. Table 3.55. It speaks about terminations. And if you look, Chair, the biggest majority that's basically leaving the department is black women, either African or colored. And under the year under review, 15 basically have left. And we want to check. It's in page 115. Chair, if the department itself finds it problematic that so many women are leaving, do you find it problematic as a department that so many women are leaving? What are the reasons? one can only assume, don't know, why are so many women leaving? Thanks.
Thank you, members. Remember that I said to you, ask all your questions, and we are not, okay, proud of you. Member Makamba Buja, then member Dagmar.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My first question is on page 103, pertaining to the issue of the interns. I see that there's a very small number of interns, and further to that, I don't see any report regarding the lower skilled employees, and I only see 5 interns. I would like to know why is that. And then second question is on page 111 to 114. It's actually linked to what the last speaker spoke about on the issue of the employment equity. And subsequent to those pages, there is not a single African employee in the top management occupational level. And this has been the case. I'm not sitting here for the first time in this kind of meetings. We have sat in this meeting last year and that other year. We've spoken about the same issue, but it keeps on popping into your report. So I'm mentioning this because this province, almost every department is doing the same thing, where there is also no recruitment of all Africans at all the levels, especially at the top level. Yesterday, we sat with another committee where they've made mention the issue of that the challenge that they're having is that the top management is currently occupied by the white males, especially, and that they cannot remove those people because until they resign. So I want to know, coupled with this question from the department, what succession plan do you have in case you have an incumbent or an employee who would want to be in this top position in line with your equity plan? And then similarly, again, to page 116, table 3.5.7, looking at the skills development, the top management, there is just no one. But the following level at senior management at all racial groups receive training for skills development. But when it comes to African people, there's nothing at level. It's actually 0, there's nothing there. So you find Africans down there at the lower occupational levels. What does that agenda comes from? What is the meaning of that? Can we get an explanation from that? And then my last question, Chairperson, is on page 133. I mean 131, sorry. Table 3.13.1. I've already alluded on this issue of not seeing lower skilled employees featuring anywhere on the report. And then we come to this table where the employees would get an opportunity and assistance to develop their skills, and we still find nothing there. So what is the department doing with regards to lower skilled people? And then section A there, I find it very concerning. The very same department wants to take credit in claiming that there is a reduction in poverty, but then it doesn't seem to create any opportunities for lower skilled employees. So those are my questions, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Member Dagmar.
Thanks, Chair. Table 311 on page 102, in particular the program 1 training expenditure 540,000.
Sorry, member, you said page?
Sorry, page 102.
Page 102.
Yeah. Now, Chair, if you go to page 43, you will see the program 1 administration sub-program. There's no expenditure there on the MEC's office because we understand that the MEC is also the MEC for Environmental Affairs, so that's where the office is housed. But there's this amount there of 52 million that's referred to, and I just want to link that. So that's on page 43. Now, that amount is almost double that which Environmental Affairs and Development Planning spends on corporate. And then you also see here, and this is what I'm referring to, training program, which is, about R500,000. Why is that amount so large when it's actually, I would argue, a non-core function? And then the training details on 131 and 132 don't actually explain why so much was spent on program 1 for training. So if we could just get an explanation about that. And then secondly, this department, although as at the beginning I mentioned, it's got a small budget, it's got an important role to play, it would also be a very good environment for prospective managers of municipalities to have an opportunity to be interns. We've got various universities around here, Stellenbosch, UWC, and others, which offer public management courses. So does this department, and I'm raising it under the broad issue of human resource management, is there any opportunities for interns? And also, does the department actually offer any bursaries which could add to the quality of personnel that could either work in the department or in local government in our province? I just wanted to ask whether the department has any provision for that. And then just on, I think it is also, not mistaken, the issue of consultants. On consultants, you will see towards the end, page 133. I just want to focus on the, what is the policy in regard to who is assisted with translations and who isn't? Because you would see here that Capital Press, the Department of Cultural Affairs, Cultural Affairs helped with translation of rules of order. And I would understand that's something that impacts on the province as a whole. But then you would see that Capital Press did a translation for Berg River's municipality client service charter, and then Cinnabar Graphic did for George, Treadco did for Neisner, and Wilfred Jewell did for Stellenbosch. Now, why are we helping? Why is the department only helping those municipalities? Either, why aren't they helping all the municipalities if they're helping these four? And then particularly on the development bank, there's an amount of 1.3 million. I think there was reference earlier to the Karoo. Could we just explain this support with infrastructure and growth plans? Is that related to what the department paid for the work in the Karoo by the development bank or anywhere else? Was it just the Karoo work, or was it other work? And then I just wanted to ask on the last page 134 whether Mr. Rabetz is still providing any services to Kannaland, or is that contract now being concluded? Thanks.
Thank you very much, members.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and members. So, perhaps start with the last question. Mr. Rabetz is no longer present at Kannaland Municipality, and is sort of left Kannaland and has left the department some time ago during the period under review. So he's no longer with us at this point in time. So I just want to deal with some of the responses. Then I'm also maybe going to ask Kirk if he wants to come in on some of the responses. I just want to check the 355 on page 355 on page 115. It's around the terminations. So I mean we have a detailed around the terminations. It's 3.55. So, Honorable Chairperson, as a department, I'm not necessarily concerned about number of females leaving the department. So if you look at the equity, the department is actually, with regard to females, overrepresented. Both colored and African females, we overrepresented, particularly on the levels below senior management. And perhaps there is a correlation because we are so many female that you also see that some of the females are leaving the employee. What we are finding is that some staff members are attracted to municipalities. Municipalities are paying much higher salaries that we can afford, and there's not a mechanism within the province where we can actually counter any job offer that a staff member received from particularly a municipality. So there's, and particularly that is a highly mobile group, and they're taken up particularly in municipalities and other higher institutions. We found now again that some of our colleagues are leaving the organization. Just about determinations, Honorable Chairperson. So there have been 30 people that perhaps left the employee exits. There were 30 people. Some of them were on contract, and obviously there were 3 that passed on, and there were also some permanent that actually exited the organization. We have the detail on those that have exited the department, but likewise we've also had a similar number entering the department. So as some of my colleagues explained previously, also given the fact that we appoint people on contract, we also allow just to appoint a person on a year contract, unless the position has been job evaluated, then we can actually appoint a person on 3 years. But given the fact that it's on a contract, we can only apply 1 year, and then we need to re-advertise on a regular basis. And I mean, that takes much time of the department to go through a recruitment and selection process at this point in time. So those are the exits out of the department. It's mainly contributing by contract employment, permanent staff that left the organization, and some of the staff members who left the organization. Check page 103 about the interns. So the interns that we have is a small number of interns, and those are the interns from the Department of the Premier, the matriculants. And given the affordability of what we have in the department, we can also employ a small number of interns. What we also do, as Colin has indicated, we also fund interns relative to the portfolio of the department. So together with the provincial treasury, they will look at financial interns in municipalities. We are also now looking at interns with infrastructure, engineering. It's a struggle that we have in municipalities, so we see how we can actually begin a program, and we have spoken to the National Institute that is responsible for engineering services to increase the capacity in municipalities around. So Colin has also spoken about the interns in relation to disaster management. So we only don't fund the interns within the department, but we also have begun a process to fund interns outside of the department. If I can go to page 111, it's just around the equity. So we do have. As I say again, on certain levels, we are overrepresented. We are reasonably sort of 33% of women in management. And as and when posts do become available, we have now 3 posts that we have available. It's just Jackie Mandaram that was promoted to the Department of Agriculture. And then there's a JDM post that we do have on a senior management level. And it's the previous post of Halton Carlson. And we have actually gone based on that to see how do we further increase the women representative, particularly on a senior management level. And that was the initial focus, particularly following the post of the JDMA and Walter. And Walton, it was with us. That is in relation to 111 and 351. So we're trying to get the balance right in terms of employment equity in the department. As I say again, we're slightly underrepresented with African males, colored males. We're overrepresented in terms of female, African females and colored females. And then we also underrepresented it with white females and then with white males in the department. So obviously we have an equity employment manager, and the stuff goes through the manager, and it provides advice as to on the equity. And so if there's not a candidate in the shortlisted, we normally suggest that you lower the threshold so that we actually accommodate candidates of the various groups. And obviously that goes through the recruitment and selection process. And we try to then employ it with the targeted group. However, if it's not the case, and that delegated authority sits with me, I then require a detailed submission from the particular senior manager as to why the equity targets in terms of filling a particular post are not necessary at year 2. Still on 357. The skills development. So, Honourable Chairperson, if I can perhaps just reflect on this. So, although the total there is 122, we had in terms of our training interventions, in terms of our skills development workforce plan, we had 412 training interventions, of which we achieved 396. So you will see that a single official has done more than one training intervention, and we've achieved 96.1 of the training interventions as it has been indicated in the workforce plan. And we encourage staff members and raise awareness to attend some of the skills development initiatives within the department, but also outside of the department. 313.1. Is training needs. That's also applicable, Honourable Chairperson, to to what I've just mentioned. It is that we had 412 training initiatives identified. There's 122 people that went for the training, but obviously if we look at the 396, we achieved about 96.1% of the training. Staff members go more than one, attend more than one training initiative in terms of the skills development. Obviously, there's both. These training sessions are both in person, but also over the last while, particularly around COVID, it's been done online. I'm just checking on the balance of the, and perhaps the consultants, Rowena, if you can perhaps just attend to that one, and perhaps the development bank in terms of the Karoo, and then I'll answer the balance of the questions. Aris.
Okay, I will answer a question, Chair, on DBSA. In terms of a MOA with DBSA, we are appointing DBSA appointed two engineers for a project management unit, of which they fund 70% and we 30%. So the amount that you see there of 1.3 is towards the 30% paying the salaries of those two additional resources. What we get in turn for that is in the order of 40 million. And that is towards revenue enhancement, master plans, spatial development frameworks, capital expenditure frameworks, and asset care. And that is spread all over the province, not only limited to Central Karoo. Thank you.
Thank you. To answer the question, the translation for Bergrivier, Knysna, Stellenbosch, and George, what happened there is that we're responsible for supporting the municipalities with the development of the client service charter. Now that amongst other entail the design, the layout, the translation, the printing, even the couriering. And we do it in all three official languages of the Western Cape. Previously, we used to utilize the services of the Department of Cultural Affairs and Sport, who used to do the translations for us. But because of the heavy workload, sometimes it resulted in a delay on the completion of this project. So we changed our approach as a department, and we made the translation the responsibility of the successful service provider, who will be allocated the service to do the client service charter. So that's the reason why you see it there. And those are the municipalities that we supported in the previous financial year. And going forward, those municipalities that we will support in future, we will do the same.
Good evening, Chairperson. With regards to 116, table 3.5.7, there was mentioned that no African male or females in top management are attending training. We only have one post there, which is the HOD currently. So until that post is vacant, we won't have any other people attending training. On page number 131, 3.13.1, the reason why there's no training for levels 1 to 2, because we don't have any posts on level 1 to 2 on our establishment. Thank you, Chair.
Answered.
Just to answer the member's question on environmental affairs budget for the program 1. So in DLG, there are some expenditure that is centralized. So I'm going to give a few examples that falls under program 1, and it might not be so at another department. For example, the auditor general fees flows through program 1. It's your fleet services, which is all your GG costs, which is a substantial amount. And then you also have all your assets, which is managed by financial management. Thank you, Chair.
Chair, about I think on the senior management level, the African representativity. I know there was a question, but we do have representativity on the senior management level. Just want to check.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. So, any follow-up questions, Honourable Kamba Boycha, Honourable? Honourable Moran, you want to follow-up question? Okay,
Sure.
in that order, Honorable Makamba?
Thank you, Chairperson. I have a follow-up question with regards to the issue of equity. I've also asked if there is a succession plan to make sure that you are able to transfer a skill in case there's a vacant position, specifically with regards to top positions where there is no equal representation or in terms of equity. Or is there any policy that you have in place to make sure that when there's a vacant position in that top level, another person is able to fill that position with the right skills that are required?
Before you respond, Mr. Paulser, Honorable Dagmo, you want to pose? No, okay. Honorable Moran?
Chair, thanks. To the HOD. And HOD, if you look, turn around and look back, right behind you is 3 black women, African and colored. Because your response was that there's no concern about that particular grouping, black woman, that's leaving. Remember, I've asked you the question about the 15 that have left. And whether the department have concerns about specifically women, black women, African and colored, that left. I think it was on, I'm not sure which page now, but I gave the page about black women. Terminations. If you look at terminations, there's a block that speaks about terminations. And what page is that? 105. 115. They speak about, and it says that the 15 that have left, 115, table 3.55, 5.5. I'm speaking about females. It's 15 black women. That was my question. Not about the whole 30, because the 30 includes males. It's 15 black women. And your response was, HOD, that they are overpopulated. There are too many.
Thank
No,
you.
you said, no, I'm not finished with
No,
my
but
question.
the question was...
The question was whether there's a whether there's a concern from the department side about more black women that's leaving.
Okay.
That was my question.
Okay.
And the response by the HOD was that they are overpopulated. Yes.
Okay.
You did say so.
Let the HOD respond, Honorable Moran. Get it. HOD?
I will allow the HOD to respond again to that question because I know exactly what I've heard.
Honorable Chairperson, I said there could be a correlation, given the fact that we are more women in the department than men. There could be a correlation as to why you see that. But if you look at it, Honorable Chairperson, you see while we have 7 African females, 7 colored females, we also have the same, almost the same amount. We have 14 males that are leaving the organization also. So in terms of gender, it's more or less balanced, but I've got a list of those that exited the department, and I can make that available to the committee if committee wishes. But I said there could be possibly a correlation, but I don't say as a result that we are overpopulated.
As I've said, Chair, I've heard what I've heard. In response. And if you look on page 107, those who have left is highly skilled persons. It's highly skilled. persons. If you look at those who have basically left, the ones, 3 has been transferred. 3 has been transferred out of the department to another department. We will not speculate why is it. They've been transferred. We don't know whether it's females or whether it's men. If you look into that column, it only says that 1 skilled and 2 highly skilled supervision has been transferred. It doesn't say whether it's female or male. And what are those reasons those 3 individuals has been transferred, Chair? But my initial question was basically on the issue of black females. That was my question, but I hear your response, basically. Just a concern from my side that so many black women are leaving. Raise the issue of municipalities and better employment, but you can look all over 30 municipalities. Scarcity of women in senior positions, and whether it is indeed true that they are leaving because of employment with municipalities because packages are better. You don't see women at the senior level in municipalities. You can go to all 30 municipalities. But I accept your answer, Mr. HUD, that it might be one of those reasons. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Moran. Honorable Seko.
I've said so.
Chair, let me leave it. Thank you.
Looks as if all the questions that were posed have been sort of responded to. Now, allow me to say that I don't know if this was sort of mentioned, that I'm also a member of SCOPA, so I sat in all the departments that appear here on over the past 3 weeks. And this, in my recollection of a certain category of employees, the employment of people with different abilities. So this, to me, is the only department that I've witnessed that not only met the statutory minimum, but have exceeded the statutory minimum. So congratulations, Mr. Paulson, Minister, for that achievement. I think, it is something that more departments need to embrace, is that there are many people out there that do have different abilities, and sometimes people are not very open to disclose disabilities, and that we need to create opportunities for them as well. So with that said, Minister, we're coming to the end of our session. But before we close the session, all of the members and colleagues are invited for lunch down the passage, and you can proceed to that dining area after we're done here. And then the department and the minister will return to this chamber roughly around 2:30 to engage with SCOPA. That is simply just how we're going to deal with it. But before I ask the minister to make his closing remarks,
Chairperson, sorry to interject. I didn't hear you talking about the question that I've posed, whether it's going to be responded to now or after lunch. I had a follow-up question.
Okay, I'm sorry, I apologize. I slipped my mind.
Perhaps, Chair, just around the succession planning. So the department itself doesn't have a policy. There's a broader transversal policy being developed by the Department of the Premier around the succession planning within the province. But obviously in our own, we identify individuals within the department and how we can bring the individuals through the system. I mean, my own preference is always to look at the internal staff and internal capacity and so on, and how do we bring those staff members through the organization. We've done so successfully. The majority of the posts are filled. And I mean, as we're going and folding the balance of the posts, I mean, that is my personal approach. See how do we, because obviously our own staff have their own ambitions and so on, but it's about how do we bring them through the system. So the Zuka just reminded, so part of the approach is also, you know, the senior managers went for the MMC course, but also enabled, we've taken the majority of the deputy directors, we've taken the majority of the assistant directors, and as we train the staff, we will take it lower down until the entire department has been exposed and developed in that kind of regard. But that is also to make them more marketable for posts within the organization, but also for posts within the province, but also for in municipalities. So there's a requirement that when you need to work in a municipality, that you need to have that, achieve that, can I say, qualification and so on. So we're also not training people for our own department, but also for the broader South Africa. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson. Thank you, Minister, and Mr. Paulson, all your colleagues for the manner in which you have responded to the questions and how thorough the responses were. And I'm sure that we may not have liked all the, answers that we've gotten from the department. I'm sure it certainly have eliminated many of the areas where we were not so clear on in terms of the service delivery. My colleagues, thanks for your questions. It's the reason why we are here to hold the department and officials accountable, and so will they hold us accountable if we don't do our part and our role. So with that said, I'm not going to see all of the department officials from myself and the committee, and thank you for the hard work that you play and do in the background, and the many colleagues that are not here who assist us in achieving the outstanding results and outcomes that you consistently over the years achieved. And once again, congratulations on your 10th clean audit, if I'm correct? 9th. Okay, we're almost there. So may you continue to do your best, and we know that you always do so in the interest of service delivery. But that's it, Minister, if there's a closing remarks you'd like to make, so over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honourable members of the Standing Committee. Always good to interact, and knowing there's people that keeping an eye over us, it's good. That pressure, but also to the department. This department work under huge pressure within the municipalities, not an easy domain, and with the limited resources, and yeah, we do our utmost best. And currently it's going well. We must just keep on and keep on trying to lift the bar, because there's still huge challenges out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Yes, yeah. Okay, we'll talk about it during lunch. Okay, thank you, Honourable Dagmar. Mr. Paulson, would you like to make a few closing remarks? Okay.
Cheers, following the minister, just thank you very much for the oversight and so on. I think it's while we look forward coming year, we also understand that you've got a role to play, and also thanks for the way in which you play it. but also to the senior management team of the organization, the middle managers, as well as all the staff members. Perhaps those are not here today and back at the office and some at their homes. Thank you very much. I think it's a team effort and I do appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And lastly, Mr. Dana, I know that you're probably very busy since the beginning of the week. May you have a quieter Christmas ahead and all the best for what may arise over the next few weeks. Thank you. Colleagues, your excuse. See you at lunch. The committee will stay behind for resolutions. Okay, colleagues, thank you. Whilst we had responses, Johan has sort of flagged possible resolutions. So I'm going to allow you to propose possible resolutions, and then whatever we, and Johan will then, whatever is missing, you just bring it to our attention again. Seku?
Allow me first before him. Okay.
Yes.
One, if we can get, maybe the committee can get the date for the National Two-Song Week for this coming financial year, if it hasn't happened yet, so that we can have a look of what is it that they do on that week. Appreciated, like in reality, and I'm basing this on what we hear, that they've got a good relationship with national department that goes to the Two-Song centers, but the reality of the services to the end users, it's another level. So that week, it will be nice to be there to see how do they go about get those communities where they say also. And on it, they talked about how they pay for the communities to go to the Two-Song centers for the services. It's the first time.
Yeah, the transport for community.
Yeah, the transport for the community. So it's the first time I hear about
yeah,
it.
Me
so
too.
It will be interesting also to get how do they go about, if they can send us that, they can send us the information per Two-Song center and the municipality of how much have they spent so far for those transport, and who are people that are transporting those communities, because it's a very huge responsibility. We say the schools is huge responsibility, but this is on another level with SASA. So if we can get there, how do they go about maybe their business plan specifically also attached to that? And the other one, it will be I don't know how to put this.
Is this before you could think about that, Salam? That's just the Two-Song.
Yeah.
The Two-Song week. That and perhaps you can just ask them to give us how do you put it, a report or of what activities are envisaged for that particular week, and who are the role players and stakeholders that will participate in that week. So.
They talked about who are participating. But why I'm saying if maybe they can invite us is to see it live on CNN because what me and you we are seeing as we are in the constituencies and what they are saying is parallel. Maybe it might be when we get there we pick up the good practices that we can enforce as we do the oversight that they must.
Sure.
Yeah, because the information that we get is every day what they tell us.
Get the date. Yeah.
Okay. So the other one that I say, I don't know how to go about it is the issue of the MIG program, more about the water, because they talk about how they talked about how do they go about identifying the water, but agriculture also is doing that. So if maybe we can have the report from them that how do they go about in identifying where will they get the water sources, how do they go about, and then so that we can get them and the agriculture to find out where do they work together, because agriculture also is looking for the water sources. And they doing sort of a research for that, both of them. So that is why I say I don't know how to put it, but it will, it's like a replication of funding for the same thing to fight the drought. So why don't they work together and give us one and the same, one plan? So unless if maybe my understanding is skewed one way or another, but
Yeah. But agriculture, the primary, focus is getting water for agriculture, Mr. Honorable Moran, whereas the department is getting water for the town and the community. But what cooperation? Probably, the source absolutely could be the same. Absolutely, absolutely. And what cooperation exists between the two departments? Okay. Any other honorable checker? Yes. Yes.
Chairperson, I've requesting the department to brief the committee on conditions in the Western Cape municipalities, the proposed framework that the HOD spoke about. No, but let's get that and then framework. The findings of the Hans Seidel Foundation and the research that was done, copy of the legal opinion.
Can I just continue with the Hans Seidel? I mean, early in this year, I was the chairperson before I was moved to Transport and Public Works. We had the University of Stellenbosch, the researchers who was working on that research paper came to the committee and did a presentation about this whole. I do still have the presentations, so I can send the presentation, but we can also ask for the report as it is sort of mentioned by the HOD. So, Honorable Dugmore, Honorable Murray. Yeah, we can do the copy of the report too, but I can send the. Yeah. We done. Yeah. Good.
Chairperson, then a copy of the opinion on the deductions of year amounts, purchasing electricity, and reworded, but that's the department to provide the committee with the following regard to the additional MACO members at Matsikama Municipality, which was each paid Was the money paid back? Who paid the money back? What was the disciplinary steps taken? A copy of the agreement with councillors on the repayment of that money. The number of councillors trained by the department from the 1st of November 2021 till date. A copy of the investment prospectus.
Before you go, the training, the TAP training also that was provided.
A copy of the investment prospectus. I think that Garland department to brief the on the JDMA operations and the J in the city of Cape Town that they in the list of female staff terminated the service with the department reasons and
okay, that's what we flagged. Any other additional? Honourable Moran? Sorry, I'll get you now.
Just one. Remember we have spoken in report that we have received now with some of the municipalities are now in the process to ask for rollovers. Those who have basically received money by the end of the province financial year, not basically spend those monies and they have time until the end of June just to get a report. And I think Heinrich basically have said that from the CDW side that he will give us a full report who have spent the money by the end of June. Also when it comes to because there's other programs also that speaks to the same issue, you have time until the end of June, municipalities financial year, whether they have spent all those monies basically by the end, and those who have asked for rollovers maybe, just to get a report. Thanks.
Chairperson, mine is on the issue of the upgrade of ablution facilities. The person who responded made mention of areas that they're going to extend or expand on that. So is it possible for them to provide us with a list of the areas that they will be extending the project to? Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Murray?
I just wanted to go back to the resolution previously on the reasons for the woman leaving the department, just so that we cover all our bases. If you can just add whether a exit interview was conducted, and then, thank you.
Thank you. Sago?
Thanks, Chair. I just hope these questions haven't been, these requests haven't been captured, but I think the issue of a copy of the Human Settlements emergency grant policy for victims of fires. I'm just asking if we could get a copy of that. Is that fine? Department of Human Settlements emergency grant for, yeah, but just ask because obviously they are directing these requests. So if we could just get a copy of the Matsikam is covered. If we could, and then in regard to the Traditional Institute management,
that matter has been raised in the Human Settlements Standing Committee many times, and perhaps we could then ask the Human Settlements department to provide us with a copy, and they may not have a copy here, but they have the chairperson here.
Section it is, remember, and can help. The section, the disaster, that falls under disaster to talk to the fires. So it falls under the local government. The municipalities, they've got their own packs that they do. It differs from municipality to municipality because they have their own housing policies, react to whatever disasters that they do have. So the emergency one, and also they talked about the municipalities can ask for emergency funding grant from national directly.
And they often don't do it. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the
and
thing.
often they don't do it. Vito is the one that did, and then eventually every sphere of government was involved in throwing the money towards them, so.
No, but perhaps we stick to the way you.
Yeah, so I'll
phrased it,
stick to what
Honorable
he's
Dagmar.
asking.
Yeah.
Let's see what response is going to come, because it will trigger
Okay.
maybe something for the response.
Yes.
Sorry, they said that there was applications called for from communities who define themselves as Khoi and San. So if we could just have a copy of that advertisement calling, because I don't know if, Chair, you've seen it, but
No, I haven't seen it.
yeah, I'd like to actually see that. And then then remember on training, maybe Johan covered that, but I asked for a detailed list of all the training that the department has done for local government councillors. Did you record that? Sorry, I missed that. Yeah, and then the garden route, they mentioned this. Did you capture that? The garden route investment strategy.
Yes,
You've
yeah.
got that? Sorry. The Danish thing, I think, has been clarified. So could we ask, they mentioned a summit in the Karoo, like an economic development summit in the Karoo. Could we just ask, when is that going to take place? Because that's quite important. And then they also mentioned the small village development initiative. Could we just, is there a discussion document on that? I think they're talking about boosting the rural economy by attracting people for lifestyle reasons who want to move to the,
Yeah.
so is there like a policy on that or a discussion document? Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other? Okay. Thank you, colleagues. It was a very sort of stimulating engagement. And yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, thank you. Please, I won't see all of you later, but enjoy lunch and have a wonderful day ahead and weekend. And see you sometime next week. Meeting is closed. Thank you.